Welcome to APEC Open Mic. It's August 19th, and I'm your moderator, Tim Ventura. I want to give a big thank you to everyone for joining us on today's call, along with everyone watching us on YouTube. As a reminder, today's session is for open discussion and ad hoc presentations. We don't schedule presentations in advance, but we do have a couple of attendees who reached out and asked to present. I'm excited to get them started, but first I want to start out with a couple of quick reminders. So, you can view conference replays, details, and speaker info on our website at altpropulsion.com. I would also ask everybody to sign up for our YouTube channel as well, and you can find that through the altpropulsion.com website. During today's ad hoc presentations, try to save your questions for after the presenter finishes if possible. Sometimes it fits to ask during a casual presentation like this, but it's always better if you can hang on to those after the fact. You can raise your hand in Zoom using Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. During the presentation, please do that if possible. You can also type your questions into chat, and people do that all through APEC. We're not going to be firm on hand raising during open mic unless things get chaotic. So let me encourage you to jump in if it feels appropriate. Try to keep things, again, focused on the core topics of the alt propulsion community. So starting out, we do have a couple of ad hoc presenters who want to share with us today. But first, I want to open up the floor and ask you guys to raise your hand and share what you've been building, any important news stories that you've been following, or general thoughts related to the alt propulsion conference or community. Okay, so that's it for me. I'm going to remove the spotlight, and why don't we put this on gallery view for just a moment? We have a ton of folks with us, 31 and counting so far. So I'm going to allow you guys to unmute yourselves. And does anybody have any news invite, any news stories that they want to talk about? Anything that you've been building, anything along those lines to kind of help start us out?
Yes. Tim, can you hear me?
Yeah. And how do you think you could turn your camera on, sir?
It's not working. It's not a working thing. I may have to get a new computer someday to get it into working.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Well, what do you have?
though this is addressed specifically to you, the last time that I spoke to you, I asked about Eric Lentz, and you explained that that gentleman was not available due to some kind of his employer not wanting him to speak and all that. However, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but there was a reply to Mr. Lentz in 2022, a paper written called Generic Warp Drives Violates the Null Energy Condition. And the three authors of the paper is Jessica Santiago. Victoria University of Wellington is where I guess she comes from. Sebastian Schuster, Charles University of Prague, and Mr. Matt or Dr. Matt Visser, Visser, Victoria University of Wellington. Now,
Okay.
I bring those up to your attention because perhaps you might invite one or perhaps two or all three if you thought it appropriate as somebody who could get deeper into the warp drive paper as an answer to Eric Lentz. They actually looked at Lentz's paper and had some disputation regarding that his work. And since I'm pretty interested in this warp drive and would like to see someone dig deeper into this, perhaps you could have one or more of these gentlemen or ladies, as the case may be.
Yeah. Well, so why don't you send that over to me? But, consider reaching out to them yourself and asking them. That might
Well,
be something as well.
I don't have any. I don't have any. You would have some more. I'm trying to find the right word here. Uh, Sorry, I'm not finding the right word.
Yeah, well, I would
As
say
a
definitely, if possible, yeah, I would say, send email it over. I'm happy to reach out, but I would urge you to reach out as well and see, maybe we get them
what
involved.
what's your email to send you?
You know what? Why don't so rather than why don't you go through the Alt Propulsion website? Go to the Alt
Okay.
Propulsion website. There's a contact form there, and do that. I
Okay.
usually don't give it out because people will basically pick it up out of videos and stuff, and so it kind of gets passed around, and I get my inbox is kind of overflowing already. But
And you say this is the Alt Propulsion website. They have a contact point or something. I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow.
yeah, altpropulsion.com.
Okay, okay. And then finally, while I still am on that same subject, there's another presenter who has a website called Cool Worlds. And this gentleman is a physicist, and he goes by the name of Dr. David Kipping. I'll send that to you too in the
Yeah,
same
send it over.
way.
Send it over. I'll take a look.
And these guys are, to put it in brief, these people are people who know about warp drives. They're professional physicists. They've analyzed these things, and they might make an excellent presentation for you as guest on your website. So
Okay.
yes, thank you. I'll go ahead and send that to you.
Yeah, yeah, send those right over. Yeah, and again, altpropulsion.com and the contact form that'll come to myself. I think it also goes to Mark Sokol, and we can kind of follow up from there and dig through papers and stuff like that. I have a bunch of in terms of my own stuff, I have a bunch of stories that I'm working on as well. And in fact, one of those is a new fusion drive project. I don't remember the name of it, but I can find that if you guys want, which I thought was kind of interesting. So
Yeah, that would be very interesting. And remember the word I want to use. You have more cash than I would as somebody being a presenter and being on YouTube. You have more cash than I would as somebody just reaching out from the void as a nobody, and that would be more weight. That's the word I was looking for. Well, anyway,
okay.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, so Remy was typing in chat. He was listening. Yeah, so Remy, let me see. Remy caught Matt Visser. So I should mention I've reached out to Matt as well, and I haven't heard back there. So he is another one who, yeah, he hasn't turned me down, and he just hasn't responded. But one of the things, if I could just mention this, because again, like with my podcast channel, um, I'm reaching out all of the time to scientists and physicists and stuff like that. One of the things that I found out is people in general are very busy. They don't always get emails. Sometimes they'll get the email, they mean to follow up and they forget. And so, in general, when you're reaching out to folks, it helps to just reach out, repeatedly. I mean, you don't want to spam them, right? But like in my case, what I'll do is I'll reach out for an interview or for an invite for the conference, and then I'll give it a month or two and reach out again. And that way I'm not driving them nuts, but it hopefully kind of keeps it top of mind. And what I found is with a lot of physicists, especially, it may take 3 or 4 months to kind of get them engaged, but once I do, it's kind of in their head, they get excited about it. So
Yeah, and I was about ready to say that Matt Visser, unlike Mr. Lentz, he's a university professor, and he
yeah,
might not,
yeah,
whereas
I would.
Mr. Lentz might be more of a classified thing right now. You said he was working for something near Hanford.
Yes,
That's
he's
just,
working on a government project, and I don't necessarily think it's classified. I think it's just, again, there's a lot of uh, typically when you've got physicists and government employee, depending on what group they're with, a lot of times they just ask them to keep a low profile, right? And so anything related to warp drives, gravity modification, UFOs, anything like that, a lot of managers and executives in those groups just get nervous, and that's fine. It is what it is. Things
yeah.
are changing slowly, but for the time being,
They,
so
they have a certain boss they gotta satisfy, and a certain a presentation they have to make, and I mean the way they appear. and so forth like that. But okay, I just wanted to bring that all to your attention, and I'll be following up with you. So I would look forward to all that. I'd be very excited to hear about it. So thank you again.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks. Let me see. So Mike Lilov, what do you got, sir?
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't have anything to present per se, but I had a question more or less. It's regarding something I saw once, a physics experiment, a video on YouTube, where they were spinning a metallic disc on the floor. I'm wondering if anybody saw this. I can't find the video. And they took like a high voltage zap gun type of zapper, and they zapped under it, and the thing, shot up 10 feet and held its position. It was a spinning object. They spun it first. Did anybody ever see that video?
I've never seen anything like that. That'd be, if
Because I seen it like more than 10 years ago. I still remember it to this day. I try to find it, every 2 years or so. I try to find it. I just can't find it again. But it was on YouTube. Yeah.
Well, no, if anybody knows, I would recommend they drop that into chat. But Mike,
so have you heard anything like that?
One thing I want to caution everybody about, I have been burned so many times on YouTube with this. With YouTube, there are people who fake videos just to do it, right? And actually they do it because if you do a video, they can get lots and lots of views and it'll help promote their channel, right? So they'll fake videos for that. And a couple of them, like I had one where it was a levitation video, and what they actually did was they basically glued furniture to the ceiling to make this thing. And I didn't believe it. And somebody actually pointed that out to me and they said, yeah, they did research on that. And when you look carefully, you can see it. But I was like, that's insane, right? So they flipped the room upside down essentially to fake levitation. And I'm like, okay, that's a lot of work and that's kind of crazy and it's absolutely fake, but people fall for it, right? And they get the views and, and it's kind of an ego thing. So that's just one example, but definitely always kind of be wary of stuff you see on YouTube.
Yeah, no, this wasn't fake. There was people in a garage standing around it, and there was no such. Yeah, it wasn't fake. It was low quality. It was just like a camcorder.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this one was. I'm just as a general caution, But,
I agree with that. I've seen a lot of fakes, UFO videos.
Yeah. Yes, UFO stuff too. Yes, and that's because there's so much ratings, right? People are so excited about UFOs, and I think one of the additional challenges with UFOs is people get caught up in the moment and they don't even pay attention to stuff. Like they'll see it and they'll be like, oh, that doesn't look fake to me. And they'll forward it on. Before you know it, there's like millions of views and it's getting passed around. And then, 3 days later, somebody comes along and says, hey, this is obviously CGI. So, but that's the internet, right? A lot of it's just based on trust and, knowing who's putting them up. So. But yeah, if anybody knows, let me see. So I've got a couple of hand raised. Let me go to Eric. Eric, what can I do for you, sir?
Oh, I'm up here in Washington, D.C. I've had a YouTube channel up for a while, and it's not fake at all. It's proof of concept that I've had a theory, more than a theory now, for a long time. I've studied gyroscopic effect, and I've realized that the understanding of the gyroscopic effect is easily explainable through just simple centrifugal force. Once you start spinning an object that's a solid, it has to be a solid because the electron bonds have to hold the atoms together in a lattice work. And once you start spinning it, the mass of the solid starts being thrown outward due to centrifugal force. This is why the boiled egg effect happens when you start spinning an egg. Once it becomes a solid, if you do it with a viscous thing, it won't work, but a solid gives you a gyroscopic effect. And it starts polarizing the angular momentum in a single plane. Now, I saw Eric Laithwaite's thing and tried to follow Sandy Kidd. I'm still emailing him. And it was quite simple to realize that you do get a anti-gravitational force when you start artificially processing it. In other words, when you go around in a circle with a spinning object, it starts trying to go upward. And I couldn't figure out why nobody could actually get anything done with that. And then when I realized what was causing it, I realized you're negating the upward lift if you're using an actual solid that has a center axle that's in a gravitational field. It's a internally propagated field of force inside the solid, and that means that you can't have it being pulled down against something, because that would just simply negate it. Anyhow, the long story short, I figured out how it was a simple matter of building a ring and spinning that, and then moving it through a spiral that goes upward. And once you do that, everything works, because you're not negating gravity, you're simply creating a positive force in the opposite direction of gravity. Now, it's a little complicated, and you have to have the thing going in the right direction and all. Anybody's ever noticed that when Coriolis force pulls down in a bathroom in the southern hemisphere, it goes different than in the northern hemisphere. But that's because of the nature of the construct of the forces. Anyhow, I've had a series of setbacks. I have myasthenia gravis now, and I had to have major back surgery that set that off. And I've been trying to get NASA to even give me a heads up, but they ghosted me because I said I used the gyroscopic force, and you cannot say gyroscopic to NASA without them thinking gyroscope, and everybody is beating the gyroscope force till it was quite dead. You can't use a gyroscope to pull yourself up, and I've proven it with the reasoning of why it works. When you don't use a gyroscope, you just use a centrifugal flywheel of some kind. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to tell people, and I've been trying to get it out to the world for over several years now, and I keep getting pushed back, and people just will not accept the fact that an engineer or a mechanic could have figured this out, which is all I'm educated to be, basically.
Yeah, well, Eric, if it's okay, actually, I found your YouTube channel. Looks like you have a video. I don't want to play the sound for it, but if it's okay, let me. It's about 37 seconds. So before we go to the next person, let me put that up, and we'll help promo your channel a little bit too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So warp drive coming, and this is at inertial drive. This is Eric's channel. Let me. Oops. And
1, 2, 1.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, you have to understand, this is being done in the dark. As soon as I spun up the rotors, it blew the fuse. So I had to start the procession early. And so one of them didn't quite get up to speed. So it didn't have all of them lift the same. You have to have them all lift the same, otherwise it will go lopsided like it did. But
okay, let me go back and restart that one more time. That way it's in theater mode. Sorry, I'm not signed in, otherwise it would do ad-free type stuff. But
as you can see, the rotors aren't gyroscopes. They're simply things that are being driven actually by rubber bands. driving those rotors, because you can't have a solid connection to the thing, otherwise it will pull down on it too significantly to, well, it'll start to make the thing go sideways because of the fact that it's got the weight is into the gravitational field, and therefore it just acts like a lever. And it's as simple as that. And I'm actually revising the entire thing. The modules will be the same rotors, but I've gone out farther on the radius that I'm running the thing around, so that it actually will be getting better angular momentum. You see, this is all about combining two separate angular momentums. And when you do that, you start heading toward the creation of matter, because you're getting force build up in two different dimensions. The third dimension that creates the third force in the thing is gravity. Once gravity hits the thing, it tries to create matter, mass, whatever you want to call it, but it can't create it because of the fact that matter has to be created under certain precise situations, and it would be too massive if it was created in there, and it would start to come apart due to fission, basically. And what this is basically is cold fission. That's the gyroscopic effect in a nutshell. When you start trying to create too many forces going in the same direction or building on each other, you start trying to create matter, and that's why Einstein was wrong in that theory that you can't go faster than the speed of light, because he was only creating mass in a particular direction, or well, actually putting force in a particular direction, but it didn't create mass. It does not become more massive. It just becomes more force.
Mm.
And
Well,
it isn't actual mass yet. When it's going in one direction, it's just energy being directed in a particular direction. And
Eric,
Einstein couldn't understand that, but
let me jump in real quick. So I dropped a link to your channel in there. The @inertial drive is the best one. I think there's another one, Mr. Cheesy. I think that's your username, but the youtube.com @inertial drive that's your channel. Brian St. Clair dropped his email into chat and said he's working on something similar. Reach out, and Brian may have some updates for us. Or sorry, Ross Small did. So Ross dropped his email in, and then I actually dropped, you could try, I dropped my email in as well. I have one for the conference. So, and I put that in there for Hal. So Hal, if you can access the chat, I've got an email in there that you can use. Again, you can use the contact form on the website. Sorry, I'm not trying to be evasive or anything like that. I just try not to give that out on the internet. That's all. But it's in chat, so give that a shot and let me know.
I'm sorry, are you saying that the Tim?
Oh, yeah. Again, well, that's the one. So
I'll try that. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. Again, not trying to be evasive. I just try not to kind of give it out in public. I've been online for a long time. So Eric, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
I don't know how to get this out of chat. How am I supposed to get into chat to see that?
Okay, so you have a little button on the bottom of your screen. Can you see the chat? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I brought up the chat window over here.
Yeah. So basically, you would just highlight that. It's just cut and paste.
I didn't have a full screen. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay. And actually, and just for anybody who doesn't know, in that chat window that pops up, you've got down at the bottom of that little chat window, you've got 3 dots, dot, dot, dot. And if you click that, you can do save chat, and that will save the entire chat. And so I try to do that a couple of times during the conference, you know, and that way you don't lose, it'll give you everything that's written in chat. So.
Where's it being saved? Like,
Pardon?
where's it being saved? Do I have it in my documents or something?
Yeah, I think so. It should show you a little link that'll pop it open for you, but it only saves up until where it is, obviously, right? So,
Okay.
so you know, it helps to save it a couple of times, and then you can go through it later and pull out links. I mean, we've already got 3 or 4 links in there. Will Riken dropped a link into some aircraft stuff, and so we, you know, we have a growing chat going on here. If it's okay, let me go to Justin Coven. He had his hand up. He's been patiently waiting. Justin, are you with us? And can I, oops, Justin just disappeared. Let me go to.
I'm here.
Oh, Justin. Okay.
I just went visual.
I
Hi.
disappeared for a moment.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Justin Coven. My PhD's in programming languages for artificial intelligence. And, you know, what my expertise in, or PhD and further research has been in from a computer AI perspective, was in reasoning about reasoning. So in artificial intelligence, you have one reasoning system that reasons about another. It's a level up. And then you can have another level up. And some of these guys do towers of reasoning about reasoning about reasoning. Now, what I've done differently is most of these guys were in a specific reasoning paradigm, like functional programming or logic programming or object-oriented programming. I was, you know, across programming paradigms and looking at the basic, you know, programming implementation tools and how you can use those to create towers. And so from that perspective, there's some major lessons from artificial intelligence that enlightens all of science. In particular, all reasoning models, all theoretical models, all scientific models are really computational. Okay, they're computational models, computational tools. Okay, there's some type of reasoning. I mean, you know, nowadays, I think people are well familiar that AI even works on intuition and other types of reasoning. So, and it's not just AI, it's what's in your head, what you use to describe something to other when you describe a logical process or any conceptual process. It's a computational model. And so another major lessons from another field of computer science, software engineering, is that for every computational model, you can create quantitative measures. So when you look at any scientific model, you don't judge it by, you know, how many people support it. You don't judge it by whether it came first or second or what have you, and more people support it or not. You judge it by quantitative measures. And, you know, I have a website called Meta Level Science, because these towers of reasoning are meta level reasoning, one level of reasoning on top of another. So I just expand that to meta level science. And so, you know, I'll drop that one.
Yeah,
website.
drop that one into chat.
Get to the physics soon.
Yes, that was what I was going to ask you. How can we bring this back around to the propulsion side of things?
Oh, we're going to get there. Okay, and it's actually, you know, from my perspective, it's the secrets of the universe. So enter Paul LaViolette and his SubQuantum kinetics model, physics model. And most of you are familiar with him. He wrote probably the most famous book on anti-gravity. So I'm part of that research group, and I'll drop another link in there for the weekly research meeting that we have. Now, you all know that, well, I don't know how many of you know that Paul has passed, but he has. And so I'll drop in we have a research group where we do simulations, et cetera, of some of the models that he has. And I'm going to get to that. But I'm dropping in some links here so you can be familiar with some of the stuff. And I'm going to drop in Paul's website, which we are maintaining. And you can buy his book there, his most recent edition, 5th edition. You can download it. So those are 3 links. So SubQuantum kinetics takes many steps back. Now, Paul had his own view, and I have a little different view because I'm a computational scientist, but we got along well. And so what he's basically done, he looks at the ether as being not just a fluid dynamics model. He looks at it as a reaction diffusion model. That means there are different types of etherons, and they are reacting and diffusing. And using these simple components, okay, my perspective is you no longer look for a unified field theory because unified field is too complex. Okay, because all fields emerge from a reacting and diffusing ether. Even angular momentum, okay, is something that emerges from the behavior of the reaction and diffusion of all of the etherons, which are a trillion times smaller or even smaller than that of regular particles. All particles are basically reacting and diffusing etherons, and they basically create a vortices, okay, three-dimensional vortices, which are the particles. So these reacting and diffusing etherons, okay, create all particles, create all light structures. It's the reaction and the diffusion that creates the gravity, creates the electromagnetic fields. Okay, so that's sort of the start. Now, from a computational perspective, if you look back in history where physics originally started, and I won't say where it went wrong, but where it made a major simplification, okay, because it was too complex at the time, 100 plus years ago, to do computation, complex computation. Now we have a lot of tools where we can do complex computation. So the simplification that was done is they turned things discrete, okay, integers, okay, whereas the real world is continuous. So they made this major simplification saying, well, all spin, just to make it easy, we're just going to make it, 1, and then they 1, 2, 3, 4, then they realized they had to make it at a half, and then 3 halves and that type of thing. So that's a simplification. Now, if you get rid of that simplification with basically subquantum kinetics, a subquantum kinetics like model, where you have etherons that are reacting, that are creating these vortices, those spins are no longer quantum. Those spins become gradations. Okay, so every particle spins. If you look at cymatics, I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, where you put sand on a sound plate and you change the sound variations, and within a certain frequency, you got a sort of a pattern, and then it jumps to another pattern, then jumps to another pattern, and then jumps to another pattern.
Frequency.
Those are gradations, okay? And within a gradation, there's a little bit of play, okay? So that's the big change. So as opposed to quantum physics, you have gradation physics. Many of the lessons that you've learned from quantum physics are there, except there's a huge difference, okay, in that now particles have greater spin. So when people look and see, hey, I've got spin, I've got some anti-gravity behaviors, that's really where it's coming from, because all of the gravitic forces, all the electromagnetic forces come from the reaction and diffusion, the behaviors of those subparticles, those etherons. So you've got all those behaviors. And so I don't know how many of you are familiar with Claude Swanson. I'll have to look up his website. He also passed, but he did a lot of research. He looked at a lot of experiments, going back 170 years or so across the world. And what he found was that there was a myriad of experiments showing that having greater spin enlivens things. Okay, animals, they have greater life. Okay, and Shipov and some Russian physicists, et cetera, have been working with that type of stuff. I mean, Claude Swanson based some of his understanding off of their work. So we're seeing that spin has an effect on changing things, so we're looking at spin and things that create spin. So some people are spinning things around, but you also see within crystals you have the spiral structure. So that spiral structure itself, remember, each one of those particles is within the atoms is a spinning vortex of reaction and diffusion. Now, the behaviors around that is you've got a lot of other, think of a tornado. You're not just going to have that spin and discrete, you're going to have other things happening. So as you put more and more of these things together and you get that spiral crystal structure, you're going to be creating more of a spiral spin within the crystal. So that's one thing that varies the ether behavior, and including potentially gravity and propulsion. So you also have capacitors or orgone. If you look at it, you got dielectrics and conductors. When you have them next to each other, you're also going to create that type of difference where you get more of a spiral spin. You also have light emitting devices, particularly if you vary the colors or the electromagnetic frequency, you're going to be getting more spiral also. So I've done some experiments with that. And in particular, for health purposes, and also some ice experiments. You can see that when ice starts forming, that if you have these types of materials together, crystals, light, and orgone, or crystals, light, and capacitors, when you put them together, I call it CLO, and it enhances things, it speeds things up, and enhances life. Now, from the perspective of physics, you have to think of this is we have particles that are moving faster. So that means their chemical and biological reactions can happen faster. Okay, so you can have better reactions. So, think of the water-powered, HHO, water-powered vehicles. Well, think of, all those particles have been enlivened, they've been spun up faster, so the explosions can happen bigger. People don't quite understand whether it's hydrogen or oxygen, why you're getting more energy out, because the particles are operating faster. You're pulling energy in from the ether. Okay, so that's a couple of different places, but I'll go on to get to the anti-gravity parts. Now, Paul, in his books on anti-gravity, he basically talks about the B2 bomber, and you've got, positive ions, negative ions. You sort of got this sac around the B2 bomber, that type of thing, creating this anti-gravitic force. Now, if you actually look at it, the same thing happens within biology all over the place. How does water go from the bottom of a tree all the way to the top? It's a huge force, and you simply cannot create it with our currently understood physics. But if you go to, this type of, just get away from the, discrete and go to the continuous for spin, and you get these anti-gravitic forces, then you can see it happening. So there are people who've studied the heart, and they say, hey, our entire model of the heart is wrong, because when the heart actually pumps, when you get a hose and you're supposed to pushing something through it, there's this artery or vein that opens, that doesn't open up to let the blood flow through. When the heart pumps it, squeezes it, it actually closes. So what's happening in the heart is it's actually spinning up all the cells, spinning up all the particles, and creating a stronger etheric force within all the particles. Now, all those particles are then flowed through the blood, down, through the blood, but people have looked at the equations on how blood flows and say, there's no way it could push through all of those small veins. And so people, I think people have seen the fourth phase of water, Gerald Pollack, and he's done experiments showing that, different materials actually push things through. But when you enliven cells, the same type of sac that you have around the B2 bomber, you get that same type of sac around cells. You get that same type of sac around, all the particles in the body, around veins, etc. And you're getting that same type of anti-gravity force. So realize that when all the blood flows down, it goes down through all your capillaries, etc., down to your feet, and stops. So how could it be pushed back up? Unless those particles are literally, and the cells are literally enlivened, so they can create an anti-gravitic force to help push things back up. Okay, so now we're talking
Say it's
propulsion.
implosion that pulls it back up instead of
Yeah.
explosion.
Well, and you know, let me jump in really quick. And Justin, you're doing fine. I just want to put in my disclaimer. We do want, as a conference, we want to stay away from health benefits, right? Because that's YouTube freaks out about that. So, and I think you're doing fine because you're talking about biology, but like,
Right.
you know, yeah.
There's theoretical models that could have benefits of some sort, but you know, this is all theoretical. So the whole thing is that we're talking biology, we're talking about the function of how the heart works and how antigravitic forces can help push the flow of water up trees, because that's what happens, and they go very high up. Things that can't be done, you know, computationally from computational models that just don't happen. So, you know, we're trying to get antigravitic. Okay, we're trying to get propulsion. So if you look at all the things and all the evidence across everything, we're seeing that these antigravitic forces are happening within the body. These vortical behaviors are happening within the body, and it's a simple change. You're going from the discrete model to a continuous model. Now, you then have to say, well, what's the physical model underlying it? And you know, Paul come up with a great model, you know, reaction to fusion. And it's different from the standard etheric model, which is just ordinary fluid dynamics. But if you add reaction to fusion in that fluid dynamics model, different things happen. You get a different behavior in ether. So you have all of these different things basically telling you that, hey, let's try and look at where we get this extra behavior, this, you know, continuous behavior of the ether, of particles, of the spin of particles, because that seems to be giving antigravitic forces everywhere. If you actually look across nature, across many different experiments. And so there's different things, and I already talked about a few of them. You have crystals, you've got light, you've got orgone or capacitors, you've got actually physically spinning things up. You've got pyramid, you've got shapes and structures. I mean, people have done studies of the 3,000 pyramids around the world. Yes, there's about 3,000 and they're across the world. They actually took seeds to the top of the pyramids, and they found that the seeds were energized, and that those energized seeds could grow much better. So that, you know, across the board, we're seeing that there are different things, and even Eric, he was talking about some type of ways of spinning things up, but there's more ways to spin things up than just physically spinning them up. And I know Shipov was doing some spinning things up physically too. But so you know, hopefully this provides some insight for people. I truly believe that these are the secrets of the universe, and they're right within our touch. You know, this, you know, from my perspective is, you know, we had mechanical engineering for many, you know, hundreds of years, millennium, what have you. And then we just, you know, the last 150 years, we got to electrical engineering. Now, my view is that we've got another revolution that's right in front of us if we just grab it, is vortical ether engineering. So, you know, the ether, you know, behaves and has vortical behaviors, spin. We see that in all the particles, because again, particles and light and everything is coming from the behavior of ether. And so as a computational scientist, I also look at every model is a tool. Okay. So people say, oh, my theory is true, my theory is right. And it's, you know, if things are tools, if all theories are tools, it's like saying, oh, this wrench is right, this wrench is correct. Wrenches are tools to be used for, you know, doing things, for creating, you know, engineering and other tools that we use in our lives. Okay. It's a nominalistic view as opposed to a realism view. Those are old philosophical concepts that, you know, some physics communities, you know, discuss also when they talk about different models. So nominalism is every model is just a tool. And as a computational scientist, when we look at any physics model or any scientific model, they've got flaws all over them. Singularities, paradoxes, too much complexity. It's the nature of computation and reasoning to have flaws. Just think of one of the most simple computational models. Think about division. Can you divide by 0? No, you can't. It's a singularity. And that's a problem. That's a flaw in the computational model. But as computational models become more and more complex, scientific models, et cetera, they develop more and more problems. So you want to, you know, avoid those problems. So when I do my meta level science, I look at, you know, a few different things, the computational features, paradox of singularities complexity, predicting the real world, whether you can, have predictions on your theory, et cetera. Does it match the data, et cetera? There's a lot of different ways of evaluating. Then a third way is the context. How well does it fit with all the other science and all the other things? And our science is really jagged. These scientific models don't fit together too well. That's within paradigms like physics and chemistry themselves, and then going beyond. I mean, so there's lots to talk about. I put a couple of websites there. There's a fourth website that I'll drop in there. And I'll try and find Paul Swanson's work too.
So Justin, let me jump in real quick. We don't have any hands up. I know we're going to have more people present, and I had a couple who are waiting, but what I want to do real quick is share the screen, and I want to share the websites that you have popped up there. So I've only got the first three. I think you have another one, but so etheric.com. This is the late Dr. Paul LaViolette's website. And Justin, I'm sure Paul presented here a couple of times. Absolutely wonderful and brilliant person. Absolutely wonderful. And he is so missed in this community, right? And it's a tragedy to have lost him. So the Sphinx Stargate, that is his site. Let me see. So you dropped a couple others also. Meta level science. So
that's mine. That's where
yours.
I'm talking about lessons from artificial intelligence and software engineering, and how to start evaluating models, scientific models, particularly physics. And so these are, 5 videos that I have on YouTube, about 2.5 hours worth. Examples on different things, entropy, second law of dynamics, et cetera, and energy, et cetera. And then the longest one, the hour-long one, is basically Paul's model, SubQuantum kinetics versus traditional physics. So those 3 are all physics-based. The third one, the longest one, example 3, relativity and ether.
Perfect.
And then I also talk about alternative physics map. So when you start looking at things from a continuous perspective as opposed to discrete, physics changes. And you no longer have quantum physics, you have gradation physics. And so a lot of other things change too. And you start looking at everything from an ether perspective. Now, this is off of a guy who's got millions of views on a physics map, and I go over his stuff. I see some gaps, mistakes he made. He talks universal gravitational model, but literally the gravitational model is really just a combination of at 2 paradigms within the cosmological and the micro-macro world. And this comes from the old 1970s physics book. There's 4 different worlds you have: cosmological, you've got the micro-macro, which we live in, then you've got the atomic, and then you've got the subparticle. And so within subparticle, people are throwing, non-physical models out there, like, string theory and quarks and that type of thing. Whereas, the SubQuantum kinetics is basically it has a physical model there with many of the same properties that you have at the cosmological micro-macro level. And so if you use SubQuantum kinetics, you can have all the behaviors you have across all of the different, environments, cosmological, micro-macro, atomic, and subparticle. You can have all pretty much the same properties across all of them. So that's a positive computational feature when you start evaluating different computational systems. So there's some mistakes, little mistakes that I correct on the left side from the guy who originally did it. Then I redo, things, from a etheric perspective, and exploring physics from an etheric perspective is sort of like the second half. And it changed about half the physics.
Yep. So that's meta level science, and people should be able to. And again, we drop these into chat, but people should be able to read that. Hopefully, metalevelscience.com, and then verticalether.com.
So this is the research group that we had with Paul.
Okay.
And he was a good part of it. He was there most meetings. Didn't stay for the entire time, but he was there most meetings. And so Brendan Darr, I think he might have talked briefly at one of these meetings also. He's part of the group, and we've been doing some research together, simulations. I have a paper, over on ResearchGate with Paul, Brendan, and myself. And so he talks about a number of different things on how you do these simulations. So we're literally trying to simulate, using reaction diffusion computation models particles and how these particles can interact with each other. We're also trying to see how we can get vortical motion to emerge. And we've been able to have some success, maybe at the one-dimensional perspective. A lot of our reaction stuff is in the two-dimensional perspective. The three-dimensional stuff got pretty weird. So you have to realize that when you have these spinning vortices, it's sort of like a tornado, but you've got reaction and diffusion inside. So the behaviors that we're seeing layers of spin. There's different layers within the spinning vortices. So not everything is not all the behaviors are straightforward. So that's why people, when they're looking at spin, say, well, these particles really aren't spinning because their behaviors are different from regular type of spin, because you've got this reaction diffusion in there creating this vortice, and its behavior is very different from a simplified discrete model. It's a continuous model, a fluid dynamics model, and it's more complex even than your tornadoes or any type of vortices that we see in regular fluid dynamic models within the engineering world. Now this one is some of the experiments. So I use the different materials and put them together: crystals, light, and orgone being capacitor material, and different strength of these different things, and then some small health experiments. I mean, the extent of these experiments, you can't really say anything. It's all just simply. So you see these two images here. One is ice normally frozen, and the third one is when you do the combination of crystals, light, and orgone. So I did different combinations of crystal and light, or light and orgone, or crystals and orgone. I also did combinations of different types of crystals, different types of light emitting, different type, including scalar emitting devices, and so it's a little bit different things. And just basically show which is the most powerful. I haven't come back here. I've done some other experiments since, and the stronger you can also feel these devices. You actually feel them warming your heart.
So this video here is a demo that you've put up for people, and then they can do this on their computer.
Yeah, that's just some light coming out of the device. You can scroll down. You can see that I'm trying to design and build the device. It's been sort of on the. Oh, so this video there, you can see where in chemistry you can actually see structures being formed with reaction and diffusion. That's,
and again, I'll stay away from the health part. That way we'll.
Yeah, that's actually chemistry just in that structure. That where you got chemical structures happening. Yeah, you can skip over the health part and because that's just too small to do anything.
Yep, and Eric has his hand up, so I'm going to close those down. But again, those are in there, and those will be in the replay, and they are in chat as well. I would urge everybody to check them out. And Justin, thank you. It was unexpected, but it's wonderful to help. It's wonderful that you're sharing about this work. It's also wonderful that you're sharing Paul's legacy. I mean, it is a tragedy to have lost him, and we've lost, as I'm sure we've lost so many of the giant figures in this area. I mean, several of my mentors, and Paul was one of them, but several of my mentors have passed just in the last 2 or 3 years, and it's just a tragedy.
Claude Swanson, I don't know if you're familiar with Claude Swanson. His book was amazing because he just collected all of this data from all around the world over a very long period of time. 600-page, 8.5 by 11 book. Yeah, I'll try and find that link and drop it in the chat.
And let me see, Eric had his hand up again. Eric, go for it.
Yeah, I had a lot of things to add to what he was saying about a lot of things. Once I got the handle on how I was going to get to the next star system, I started realizing, well, it's going to need some kind of energy to be able to encapsulate on the way, and it became obvious through various sources that all you need to do is learn how to encapsulate the neutrino flux that's out there, because there's tons of neutrinos just floating around, going through everything, just almost imperceptible. But he was right about the fact that you can use the crystalline structures to actually take the neutrinos. Once you coalesce them a little bit through a trick I found, you can use the crystalline structures to start to coalesce them to the point of becoming high energy electrons. And then you're good to go. So yeah, that's something that he's looking forward to, I hope.
So the power is in crystals, being driven by light. So you got the combination, you got capacitor materials behind the light device.
The neutrinos are a step beyond light.
Yeah.
Your light coming off the sun isn't really very a large part of the energy. Most of the energy is in the form of neutrinos.
Well, and
they don't even understand the beginnings of neutrinos. I was able to realize right off the bat that a neutrino is a neutrino. It's not three flavors. What they're doing is they're trying
the neutrino is the thing that from the Big Bang. It's
they're
basically binding energy, atomic binding
or whatever. They're just super high energy particles.
It's the leftover energy from the Big Bang. That's what they say it is.
Leftover energy from the Big Bang. Everything that is in our realm of third dimensional constructs came from the Big Bang. It was a massive energy influx into that ether, he called it. But that's beside the point. The point is that they're trying to figure out what a neutrino is, and they're not realizing that they're throwing out the T factor, which is the time they're interacting with the neutrino, because the neutrino is a full wave, energy wave.
Yeah. So Eric, if I could interject, I think what folks might not be familiar with, and I'm not a physicist myself, but so when the neutrino is traveling, there's this idea in mainstream science that it can convert from three different types. There are basically three different types of neutrinos. And the idea was,
well,
I know, but
they're wrong.
They do exist. Neutrinos come in the three flavors,
but
they're only left-handed.
Yeah,
they also pass through everything, including planets and solid objects. They don't stop
only
in their direction.
When they interact with something in this dimension that they can detect it with. If it is on the positive side, they'll see it as one thing. If it's at the neutral point, they'll see it as something else. And if it's on the negative side, they'll see it as a third thing. Those are the three flavors they're calling it, but it's just one neutrino. It's a full energy wave. It's not a particle. It's what particles are made out of eventually, either a positive particle or a negative particle. There are no neutral particles, but there's a point at which the wave starts going back and forth, and it's quite simple actually. And
isn't a wave just a vibrational
it's provable,
signal?
But I can't tell you how exactly, but it's provable.
Yeah. Well, and so again, what you're suggesting is that these are it's one discrete entity and not three different types, and which makes sense, right? That does make sense. So.
If I may, the different types of neutrinos do relate to the generations of matter. So they're an electron neutrino, a muonic neutrino, and a tau or mu neutrino, tau neutrino. So space-time, I think the fabric of space-time abhors the tau and the mu, and that's why you see relativistic effects. So the majority of the neutrinos circling around our sun should be electronic neutrinos.
Yeah.
So that's my interpretation of the color change, and then looking at the energy density of each of the different generations. Just compare the neutrino to the weight of the electron to get the understanding of what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I was just suggesting that because that's how you're going to eventually be able to power something once you go
yeah, we covered that, or Jared covered that in the plasma motor. That's what he was getting at with the positronium and doing a triple pump.
Kind of in just one thing to add to that. You can look at the energy. If you had a way of it interacting with matter, you can look at the energy from the muon flux at the surface of the Earth. The solar flux on like the hottest, sunniest day is about 1.2 kilowatts per square meter. It's only 400 watts per square meter for the neutrino flux. So if you wanted to have a ship in space that was somehow able to harvest this energy, right? You would need to have a surface area on that thing that was so stinking large that it's better than even solar sails. The difference is that solar sail gets less efficient the farther away from the sun gets, but the neutrino sail is, you know.
Neutrinos are left-handed, so you'd have to figure out an antenna shape that is able to funnel left-handed chirality. Electrons are right-handed antimatter, the positron.
It's not a physical antenna. You have to make a super strong magnetic field to coalesce neutrinos, but that's beside the point. The point is, we're talking about propulsion, supposedly, and the way I've just discovered that you can propel something is basically through taking the energy out of it and just using that. Because if you had seen the YouTube video, that video was after I'd cut off the power to the rotors, and I had to start the precession because it blew the fuse and the rotors were no longer under power. So there is no loss when you're spinning them up or when you're taking off the energy from them. There's no friction. I mean, you can have these out in space and there'll be friction free. You know?
I dropped Mike Gamble's name in chat earlier, but it would be awesome to see you, Mike Gamble, and Ross do like a 3-week workshop or something. Like put those three guys together and give them some rings and stuff, because Mike Gamble's pulse scissoring gyroscopes, it can keep the space station level. It keeps its orbit from degrading, and then they can torque it a little bit. So, but you have these like the 3 rolling gyroscopes on a ring, and you're just seeing about a 15-degree flexion.
Make the gyroscope lift. It's not.
I don't know. It just would be neat to see you guys. And Ross has his spinning wheel of doom.
So Mike Gamble's gyroscopes that he developed while he was at Boeing are used at the geostationary Lagrange point, right, where the gravity is very, very weak. They spin them up before it gets to that point, and then they maintain that spin up until the point where its orbit has degraded enough, and then they convert some of that angular momentum through the movement of these things to gain back a couple of 100 meters back into its orbit. So it's in use right now. It's, you know,
The same
it's a legit
concept
thing.
as a flywheel.
It's like a flywheel, but for maintaining an orbital thing. But it only works for like really small amounts of thrust, and it's not even the perfect thing to call it thrust either.
It's a kick. I've felt the test platform over at Tesla Tech a couple of years ago, and it actually, you're holding it and it jerks upwards. So if done right. But yeah, like these 3 guys working together in a conference or something, you might see some sort of breakthrough. But
yeah, no, that's exciting. Well, so I wanted to ask, we had a couple ad hoc presentations too, and I wanted to ask about that, and now his name is blanking out. Michael E. Boyd, that is who I was thinking of. Mr. Michael E. Boyd asked me about doing Michael, do you want to do an ad hoc presentation now? We're at the top of the hour, so this is a great time to do it.
Sure.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah, we're at the top of the hour, and we've gone through. I mean, we've got a bunch of websites and stuff like that we've gone through.
Let me see if I can get the share screen to work. Okay.
Yeah. And what I'll probably do is mute everybody out if that's okay while you're presenting.
Okay. Can you see?
Yeah, looks great. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute everybody out then. Okay, and Michael, I am going to ask you to, oops. There we go. Ask you to unmute. Okay, and Michael, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Perfect. Yeah, nope, you are wonderful, sir. Perfect. Yeah, take it away. Take it away.
Okay. First, let's see, I'm going to stop share. Okay, first, what I'd like to do is talk a little bit. I wrote a paper that I submitted on July 31st to the Journal of IEEE Sensors. Before I did that, they had what's called a preprint service. So what I did is I've just sent out in the chat, I sent a link to the preprint. And I would like to encourage people to download the preprint. The title is Resolving the Extra Dimensions for Gravity. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the share. Yeah. Okay, can you see that again? Okay, I assume you can. Let me double check, make sure that.
Yeah, it looks great. I've just got myself muted and blanked out, but
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to move this out of the little window there. Okay, so the abstract is the weakness of the force of gravity compared to the electromagnetic force and other fundamental forces is referred to as the hierarchy problem. If gravity propagates in several additional spatial dimensions that are large compared with the Planck scale, the hypothesis is that gravity is stronger close up. For example, below a certain interaction distance, let's call that RED for the radius of the extra dimension, the force of gravity is magnified. In the hard disk drive assembly, the magnetoresistor, or also referred to as MR, the read sensor in the head assembly operates within 100 nanometers distance of the spinning disk surface. 14 variable size nanobumps and nanopits were fabricated on the magnetic disk platen surface designed to be less than the Planck mass of 21.77 micrograms. These nanofeatures were measured over a spinning disk using both the piezoelectric and the MR sensors. The data was validated using atomic force microscope and magnetic force microscope measurements. The results are reviewed and the theoretical implications are discussed. The results suggest that the force of gravity is magnified and that there are two forms of gravitation. The implications to modified space-time are discussed. The purpose of this article is to address a measurement problem using string theory. In inductive research, measurement data and facts are presented and conclusions are drawn. String theory and alternative dimensions are examples of deductive research in which there is a hypothesis statement and then supported facts or examples are sought to support the hypothesis. The experiment herein offers a workaround to the mathematical complexity of string theory by utilizing nanofeatures fabricated on the surface of a magnetic hard disk platen designed to be less than the Planck mass to measure the strength of gravity below 100 nanometer interaction distance induced by the nanofeatures on a spinning disk. Physicist Brian Greene authored the book, The Elegant Universe, Superstrings, Hidden Dimensions, and the Quest for the Ultimate Theory. That's in 2000. He stated the context of the problem. While string theory is still a vibrant area of research that is undergoing rapid development, it remains primarily a mathematical construct because it has yet to make contact with experimental observations. He wrote that in 2017, 17 years later. Other physicists agreed the extrapolation of quantum theory and general relativity to the Planck scale is known to indicate a limit to the validity of the conventional notion of locality. This is because test particles of sufficient high energy momentum to resolve the distance as small as the Planck length, about 10 to the minus 35 meters, are predicated to gravitational curve and therefore significantly disturb the very space-time structure which they are meant to probe. The unifying theory of quantum gravity is therefore expected to reveal a non-trivial notion of locality at such small scales. At least at present, however, the structure of space-time at the Planck scale cannot be probed directly by experiment. That's Kemp wrote that in 1998. The model with the large extra dimensions in string theory is also known as M theory, which attempts to solve the hierarchy problem. Quote, superunification underwent a major paradigm shift in 1984 when 11-dimensional supergravity was knocked off its pedestal by 10-dimensional superstrings. Perturbative 10-dimensional superstrings have in their turn been superseded by a new non-perturbative theory called M theory, which describes supermembranes and superfibranes, which subsumes all 5 consistent string theories and whose low energy limit is ironically 11-dimensional supergravity. That's Duff, 1999, excuse me. There's been if you look at the paper, I have looked at other searches for the large X dimension have been performed using tabletop gravitational experiments, collider experiments, astrophysical data, cosmological data, and basically they found different ranges for this extra dimension is supposed to exist. So this is my methodology. The analysis of the experimental results showed the postulate that this interaction distance is the distance between the gravitomagnetic induction sensor and the microfabricated nanobumps and nanopits fabricated on the hard disk platen. In the experiment, the nanofeatures are located on a radius that is spun under a MR sensor located less than 100 nanometers from the stationary sensor. The postulate's that there's 2 extra dimensions, one for gravity, which is a pull force, and another for anti-gravity, which is a push force, magnified within the interaction distance of the extra dimensions for gravitation. The design criteria used for the fabrication of the nanofeatures were validated using an atomic force microscope. To compare those measurements to the measurements made using a LaCroix oscilloscope to measure the time delay between the 2 electromagnetic induction pulses produced by the subject nanofeatures as they pass under the sensor. I'll point those out later. The force measurement was calibrated to a magnetic force microscope measurement on a control 200 nanometer deep 10 by 10 micrometer square nanopit. The results are shown in table 1 and in a couple of the figures I'll show. And now I'm going to stop share and go to a different share. Let's see here. Okay. The hard drive shown in figure 1 has only a few basic parts. There are one or more disk platens where information is stored magnetically, an actuator arm that moves the read-write head back and forth over the disk platens to record or store information, and an electronic circuit to control the assembly that links the hard disk, the hard drive, and the rest of the computer through its motherboard. The components inside the hard drive include a central spindle that controls the disk platen rotation speed, a thin magnetic film about 30 nanometers thick, deposited on the disk platen, stores information in a binary form. A multi-pin plug connects the hard drive to the motherboard of the computer. Okay, I'm going to move this down to the next one. On the end of the actuator arm is a sled-shaped device called a slider, figure 2A, that contains the merged read-write head, figure 2B, containing a tiny magnetoresistor or giant magnetoresistor, referred to as MR or GMR, for reading, and a tiny electromagnetic coil for writing. The little coil is called an inductive coil. This type of gravitomagnetic sensor was used in the experiment. Consideration is needed for the fact that the experimental data was collected in 1997 utilizing circa 1995 components. As storage density is increased in magnitude and to maintain low bit error rates, the clearance between the read-write element and the recording medium is reduced. The flying height has decreased from approximately 20 micrometers to a few nanometers in hard disk drives. At the time, the nanofeatures were fabricated on 3 disks in 1997. The flying height in the 80 to 100 nanometer range. In the current technology, flying heights are less than 5 nanometers. This is a the Y scale shows the spacing between the read element and the surface of the disk, and you can see that in the mid 1990s it was around 100 nanometers. Figure 4, it shows the 14 features were fabricated on 2400 Oersted 95 millimeter magnetic film coated disc platen using a focused ion beam. 7 tungsten bumps, approximately 32 nanometers tall, were deposited, and 7 pits, 51 nanometers deep, were etched on a disc about 1.27 millimeters apart on a radius, as shown. The specific aerial dimensions were 40 by 40 micrometer squares, 20 by 20 micrometer squares, 10 by 10 micrometer squares, 6 by 6 micrometer squares, 4 by 4 micrometer squares, 2 by 2 micrometers, and 1 by 1 micrometer square, respectively. Following fabrication, the disc was placed on the spindle of a certifier and magnetically erased using a wide track inductive head. It's wide track because it covers a bigger area. The disc was scanned using a slider with a piezoelectric crystal mounted on the side of one of the sliders, spun at a constant linear velocity of about 24.9 meters per second, and measured for the mechanical force signal from the piezoelectric glide head. The read channel was then used with a GMR head containing a magnetized MR element. The MR current was optimum at 16 milliamps, and the linear velocity was maintained at 12.7 meters per second. Both the glide head and the MR head were moved to the approximate location of the feature under analysis and then stepped on a radius until a signal was detected on a LaCroix 1 gigahertz bandwidth oscilloscope. The signal was then optimized for the maximum signal level. The maximum signal was then recorded and characterized by both electromagnetic induction pulses and gravitomagnetic induction pulse signal amplitudes and timing characteristics. The disk was then removed from the test spindle, and each individual feature was characterized using a Park Scientific atomic force microscope to measure the feature width along the direction of the circumference and the height or depth of the feature. And that's all the data was reported in table 1. I'm not going to show it because it's just a bunch of data, but if you look at the paper, the tables that I refer to are all there. Okay, now let's go down. Okay. A magnetic force microscope was utilized to quantify the peak value of the magnetic force field strength as measured from a 10 by 10 micron square nanopit. Figure 5 shows that the magnetic force microscope provides a 3D profile of the spatial variation of the magnetic force on a sample surface. For MFM, the AFM cantilever tip is coated with a ferromagnetic thin film. This system operates in a non-contact mode, detecting changes in the resonant frequency of a cantilever induced by the magnetic field's dependence on the tip to sample separation. Figure 6 shows the MFM can be used to image deliberately written domain structures in the magnetic materials. In this image, we're seeing the bottom portion is a written track. The upper portion is called a servo track, and the servo track is basically used for reference frame for measuring distance, for example, and location of the data. Oh, went too fast. Figure 7 shows the MFM data provides a 2D cross-sectional section used for our control measurement using a 200 nanometer deep 10 by 10 micron square nanopit in this experiment. It shows that a 0.3 volt read signal, figure 8, which you'll see next, is equivalent to a 0.3, so let me restate it. It shows that a 0.3 volt read signal is equivalent to a 0.3 nanonewton gravitomagnetic force on the same nanopit as measured with the NMFM. And so this is figure 2, figure 7, figure 8, you see here is all, so it's 100 millivolt. The Y axis is each tick is 100 millivolts. You can see there's a 0.3 volt signal, GMR signal from that nanopit. Therefore, a 1 volt read signal is equivalent to a 1 nanonewton force. So I'm showing some results here, obviously. Examine the difference between, actually, go back, went too fast. Examine the difference between gravitomagnetic induction and electromagnetic induction. Figure 8 shows the GMR read head signal observed from a 10 by 10 micron square bump, approximately 32 nanometers tall on a hard disk platen, spinning at a constant linear velocity of 12.7 meters per second. Disk was spun counterclockwise to observe the first electromagnetic induction signal on the left as the edge of the square nanobump moved under the GMR sensor. The upward magnetic induction was induced by a 90-degree change in the angle at the edge of the bump at the speed of light. This is followed by a downward gravitomagnetic signal of a bump 1 microsecond later, traveling at the speed of gravity. The downward polarity second electromagnetic induction signal to the right of the gravitomagnetic signal as the edge of the square nanobump moves under the GMR sensor, 0.8 microseconds later, traveling at the speed of light. In this example, frame dragging is 1 microsecond. Voltage is in millivolts. The time difference between these two electromagnetic induction pulses is referred to as the MR modulation pulse delay. So basically, these two signals, where the two arrows, those are the magnetic induction. The gravitational induction, you can see, which has the surface characteristics carried over, is this middle, this downward pulse. Figure 9 shows an image of a cross-sectional view of a GMR read sensor with a piezoelectric crystal mounted on the back of the slider. The GMR read head was sensitive to magnetic field changes, whereas the piezoelectric crystal on the back of the slider was sensitive to the physical motion of the head slider. A 10-micron square bump with a height of 32 nanometers is observed. On the left is the piezoelectric glide head signal. On an undampened physical pull against the head slider against Earth's gravity is shown. On the right, the GMR sensor shows a negative polarity gravitomagnetic signal. This implies that the presence of matter on a spinning disk produced a physical pull force and a negative polarity gravitomagnetism. In this example, gravitational frame dragging is 1 microsecond. Figure 10 shows an image of a cross-sectional view of a GMR read head with a piezoelectric crystal mounted on the back side of the head slider and a nanopit on the surface of the disk. A 10 by 10 micron square pit with a depth of approximately 52 nanometers is observed. On the left is the piezoelectric signal with a short dampened physical push against the head slider is observed against the force of Earth's gravity. On the right, the GMR sensor shows a positive polarity gravitomagnetic signal. Therefore, this implies that the absence of matter on a spinning disk produced a push force and a positive polarity gravitomagnetism. In this example, gravitational frame dragging is 1 microsecond. This also implies there exist two different time frames, one for matter or the lack thereof, and another for electromagnetism. Figure 11 shows 3D images, micrographs of measurements taken with the atomic force microscope of a 10 by 10 micrometer square pit and a 10 by 10 micrometer square bump. Now, next I'm going to discuss the evidence that magnetic induction is independent from gravitational induction. Figure 12A and 12B illustrate that magnetic induction is independent of gravitational induction in the mass spin valve device. To examine the dependence of the measured magnetic induction readback signal on DC erase polarity, the two wires connected to the right transducer, remember that little coil I showed you, were disconnected and reattached to the head's paddle board for the opposite polarity to be applied to the right element during the eraser. So to erase it, what you do is you apply a DC bias to the right element, and that erases it in one direction. If you switch the polarity, it applies the opposite erase polarity. Figure 12b shows the results of the opposite polarity from figure 12a. The two magnetic inductions readback signals corresponding to the switch in the direction of the magnetic field produced by the edges of the falling and rising edges of the nanopit are induced magnetically by the microfabricated feature and are dependent on the polarity of the DC erase on the magnetic media. However, the gravitomagnetic induction signal, i.e. the gravitomagnetic force field's direction, is independent of the polarity of the DC erase. This is why I call it a gravitational rectifier. A rectifier is another name for a diode. In a metallic conductor, current is carried by the flow of electrons. In semiconductors, current is often characterized as being carried either by the flow of electrons or by the flow of positively charged holes in the electron structure of the material. It seems reasonable to infer that there exists an equivalent quantum nature to gravity associated with the presence and absence of matter on a spinning disk to the quantum nature of electromagnetism in the semiconductor junction, or in a rectifier as a type of electromagnetic spin valve device based on the spin of conduction energy bands electrons in the semiconductor crystal. Holes is a semiconductor term. In semiconductor physics, we distinguish between holes and electrons using Hall effect measurements. The term holes in the experiment refers to the absence of protons, i.e. nanopit features on the surface of this spinning disk, the absence of mass, moving under the stationary sensors. Nanobump features on the surface of the spinning disk, the presence of mass moving under the stationary sensors would be protons, and gravitational rectification, replacing electrons in the semiconductor rectification. For example, a gravitational diode instead of a semiconductor diode. Neutrons are treated as charged neutral protons. It's basically the mass of the neutron is majority 99.9% from the proton. Figure 13 illustrates the gravitational induction equivalent of the semiconductor as a gravitational rectifier in the mass spin valve device, whereby the downward gravitational induction force n-type donor gravitons, shown on the left, is produced by additional mass equivalent to the electrons in the semiconductor. Pardon. And the upward gravitational induction force, p-type acceptor antigraviton, shown on the right, is produced by the absence of mass. Okay, I'm going to go to the next. I think I've beaten that horse. Okay, to determine the calculated mass value shown in table 1 and table 2, the nanobump volume was multiplied by 19.3 grams per centimeter cubed, which is the density of tungsten. Figure 14 shows a plot of the calculated gram mass derived using the variable area nanobump volume, x-axis, versus the measured g-force magnification, which is the measured value over what was expected when you calculate. The trend line shows the power relationship using the value listed in table 2, and the power relationship equation derived is shown there. Okay, so now I've got through the data pretty much. Now I'm gonna, let's see. I'm gonna skip over a couple of these because, okay. So I did include in the paper what include an error analysis, and I'm going to show this is an example of the error way I did the error analysis. The LaCroix oscilloscope data were collected over multiple sweeps of the nanofeatures below the GMR sensor, typically sweeping 100 to 150 times. And you can see it shows this 20 by 20 micrometer square bump. There was 105 sweeps. And now with the bump, we're looking at this negative signal. So we're looking at the minimum. So in this case, the sigma was 10 millivolts here. Now, and then we look at the 40 micron, and we're looking at the maximum signal there, and then we had 8 millivolts. So basically, because I'm doing so many sweeps over the feature, the signal's pretty. It has a pretty good accuracy, is what I would say. So now I'm going to talk about the effects of inertial and gravitational field effects. While electromagnetism effects such as photons, magnetism, and electricity are properties of electromagnetism, gravitomagnetic effects are inertial or gravitational field effects that might be expected when there's a relative motion between bodies. Some of these effects are currently included within the standard core physics, while others are not. The name comes from the analogy with electromagnetism, where the motion of an electric charge produces a magnetic side effects. In gravitomagnetism, the moving charge is inertial gravitational, and the gravitomagnetic effects can be considered to be due to the distortion of the body's surrounding inertial gravitational field. These effects can be considered as a consequence of the finite speed of gravitational signals. If a body changes its location or velocity while its previous signals are in flight, the manner in which the signals are distributed through space would be affected. If we consider the inertia of the body to be partially or wholly determined by its interaction with the environment, then interfering with the manner in which it communicates with the environment might alter its apparent inertial properties. Direct measurements of the gravitational force were reported in 2021, utilizing as a gravitational source spherical gold mass of a radius about 1 millimeter and a mass about 92 milligrams. A similar size gold sphere acted as a test mass. It had a mass of 90.7 milligrams. The idea is that a periodic modulation of a source mass position generates a time-dependent gravitational potential at the location of the test mass, whose acceleration is measured in a miniature torsion pendulum configuration. Figure 18 in the article reported approximately 20 femtonewtons. That's 20 times 10 to the minus 15 newtons, or 20 femtonewtons of gravitational force at a 3 millimeter center of mass distance, which is a little less than 1 millimeter because they're both 1 millimeter. The paper also mentioned that less than 100 the paper measured that suggested that Casimir forces will become relevant at distances below 100 micrometers. At less than 100 nanometers from the sensor used in the experiment, this suggests the application of Casimir forces. The Casimir force is an effect of quantum vacuum field fluctuations. This would suggest the interplay between vacuum engineering and the experiment would be reasonable to infer. In the article, Advanced Space-Time Propulsion Based on Vacuum Metrics, Space-Time, I believe that. The article, Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Space-Time Metric Engineering by Harold Hal Puthoff in 2014. What I call the Puthoff model here puts forward the hypothesis, the concept that empty space itself, the quantum vacuum or space-time metric, might be engineered, proposes space-time metric engineering. Quote, the vacuum engineering concept was based on the recognition that the vacuum is characterized by parameters and structures that leave no doubt that it constitutes an energetic and structured medium in its own right. Foremost among these are that one, within the context of quantum theory, the vacuum is the seat of energetic particle and field fluctuations. And two, within general relativity, the vacuum is the seat of the space-time structure metric that encodes the distribution of matter and energy. From the perspective of a photon, there is no such thing as time. It's emitted and it might exist for hundreds of trillions of years, but for the photon, there's zero time elapsed between when it's emitted and when it's absorbed again. It doesn't experience distance either. If the concept of wave-particle duality of photons applies to gravitation, aka quantum gravity, there exist three forms of wave particles. Massive time-dependent gravitons, also known as dark matter, massless time-dependent massive time-dependent gravitons, aka dark matter, massless time-dependent anti-gravitons, aka dark energy, and massless time-independent photons. The geometry of matter, or lack thereof, caused the production of a measurable force field. Both forms of gravitation experience the same amount of frame dragging as described in Einstein's general relativity theory. 1 microsecond was measured for both. The hypothesis here is that gravitational spacetime is produced by the proton states of matter, and electromagnetism spacetime, EM or light, is produced by electron states of matter. Quantum mechanics is built on EM spacetime. Special relativity is built on EM spacetime, while general relativity is built on gravitational spacetime. The manifold of events in spacetime is a substance which exists independent of the matter within it. While the speed of light is constant, that's not true for gravitation. Gravitation can be slower and faster too. That electromagnetism is in spacetime A. Let's call that spacetime EM spacetime. And this is what Einstein's 1905 paper on the electrodynamics of moving bodies described, which reconciles Maxwell's equations for electricity and magnetism with the laws of mechanics by introducing major changes to mechanics close to the speed of light. This later became known as Einstein's theory of relativity, SR. That gravitation is in spacetime B, let's call that spacetime G spacetime. And this is what Einstein's general relativity theory describes. According to general relativity, the observed gravitational attraction between masses results from the warping of space and time by those masses. The put-off model of GR space-time metric appears to be applicable to the nanoscale features experiment. To the nanoscale experiments utilizing pits and bumps fabricated on the surface of a hard disk platen to create regions of expanded and denser space-time at the cubic micrometer scale of the nano features utilized in the experiment. The nanopit on the left here created a region of effective mass decrease on the spinning disk in the form of a nanopit, inducing a region of expanded space-time. Looks like it's balloon-like, like shown here, which was confirmed experimentally if you look at figure 10. The nanobump created a region of effective mass increase on the spinning disk in the form of a nanobump, inducing a region of denser space-time, as shown in 19b. The model predicted that a gravity force is associated with the region of denser space-time, which was confirmed in the experiment. To travel in time is to travel in space. This has been described as offset spatial divergence. The manifold of events in space-time involves movement through space back to where an object was during the target time, or forward to where it would be. The superposition of the past and the future, virtual world lines, and the real world line of here and now. The Earth, real world line, rotates around the sun, around the galaxy, which moves in a galactic cluster through the universe. Everything is moving with respect to everything else in a manifold of events in space-time, all of which are interconnected at the quantum level of space-time. The concept of offset spatial divergence can be viewed as the cumulative effect of the different motions on various scales. The Earth's rotation and orbit contribute to the local variations of time and space, whereas the sun's orbit around the Milky Way introduces an additional level of cosmic motion. In this context, one could argue that offset spatial divergence can be understood as the combined effect of the Earth's rotation, its orbit around the sun, and the sun's orbit around the Milky Way, resulting in spatial and temporal variations across different scales. The put-off model predicts that clocks run faster in expanded space-time, and slower in denser space-time. Let's assume the speed of light is our fixed time reference, with gravitational interaction time as our variable. The magnetic induction pulse shown on the left in figure 20 and 21 is t equals 0. With expanded space-time, let's see, with expanded space-time, I got to make sure I got it. Okay, with expanded space-time, time shrinks and length dilates. So an anti-gravity pre-signal would be expected. See the pre-signal here? A pre-signal was observed from our 10 by 10 micron square nanopit, as shown in figure 20. To a non-expanded space-time observer, objects moving in expanded space-time appear to exceed the speed of light. Likewise, with denser space-time, time dilates, length shrinks. So a post-signal would be expected. A post-signal is observed from the MR readback signal produced by a 10 micron square nanobump, as shown in figure 21. Figure 20 and 21 show examples of this phenomena of offset spatial divergence. And this is the conclusion part. There exists two strong extra dimensions for gravitation below 100 nanometer interaction distance, where the force of gravity is multiplied. The presence of moving matter, for example, nanobumps, induced a magnified gravity pull force measurable with a GMR sensor and a piezoelectric force sensor. The absence of moving matter, for example, nanopits, induced an unexpected anti-gravity push force measurable with a GMR sensor and the piezoelectric force sensor. The presence of matter moving induced a gravity field, and the absence of matter moving induced an anti-gravity field that exists in the same time frame. Therefore, there exist two different time frames, one for matter or the lack thereof, and another for electromagnetism. Gravitation can be slower and faster than light. The put-off model of GR space-time metric appears to be applicable to the nanoscale experiments utilizing nanopits and nanobumps fabricated on the surface of a hard disk platen to create regions of expanded and denser space-time at the cubic micrometer scale of the nanofeatures utilized in the experiment. And you'll see I did an acknowledgement of a lot of folks that you've heard on APEC. And I'm done. And I think I lost Tim. But I'm open for questions if you, oh, there's Tim.
You did not lose me because I have earphones. I can hear you no matter where you are. Yes.
That's good.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm all done.
Well,
Thank you for letting me present that.
Yeah, Michael, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna open this back up. I mean, guys, let me see. You can raise your hands if you want to do it that way. We could do the Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. And we have Drew from sunny Florida who's just popping in also. Bill Alec raised his hand. So Bill, go for it, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, Tim?
Yep.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting presentation. I came in a little late though. The conclusion of all this is that magnetism bends space-time. Correct? Is that right?
Magnetism, I guess what I would feel more comfortable with is there's two kinds of magnetism. There's electromagnetism and there's gravitomagnetism. Electromagnetism is produced by electron. I guess the best way to describe it is it's produced
electron
by
flow.
Well, you know what?
Charge flow. It's by charge. Okay.
Hold on.
Gravitomagnetism is produced by matter or its absence.
Michael, hold on for just a sec. Let me put this on gallery view. It's ad hoc, still a presentation. Guys, let's give an applause to Michael, Mr. Michael E. Boyd.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little blurry today. Actually, we probably should have applauded for Justin also, but you know, I wanted to, I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of hard to know what's a presentation, what's not, especially with, you know, with open mic. But okay, anyhow.
Okay, so the
go ahead.
So the gravitomagnetism, you're dealing with nuclei.
Well, you're dealing with matter stuff,
right? Okay.
Or its absence. So basically, empty space produces a form of gravitation that we call anti-gravity. It's a pushy force,
right?
But it's also it also warps time. So basically, things that are moving in expanded space-time are anti-gravitational, pushy, but time speeds up there. So a person moving in this expanded space-time frame could appear to disappear and go faster than light, even though they're not going faster than light. They, to the unexpanded space-time observer, would appear to go faster than light. Likewise, for someone in a denser space-time, like say you're sitting on Jupiter, The time goes real slow on
Right.
Jupiter compared to somebody moving in expanded space-time.
Hmm.
So, and from a person sitting on Jupiter, someone just like traveling at a relatively slow speed in outer space would appear to be going faster than the speed of light. You follow?
Yes.
So because it's not like electromagnetism, photons don't have mass. They don't experience mass. That's because they don't experience time either, and they don't experience length.
Right.
They're just
You
they're
need a
virtual.
particle.
They're virtual. They don't have any substance to them,
Right.
and they all go at
Unless,
the same speed.
Michael, you have two photons that are trapped, creating a scalar field effect.
What are you
That
talking about?
scalar field effect
A Cooper pair like
can bend space-time.
well, I would argue that the two electrons, it's not two electrons, but a proton. Protons are
Right. Two photons that are trapped, maybe counter-rotating or rotating,
Mhm.
okay, such that they create a scalar field, and that's what creates matter.
You're
Okay,
saying
it's
protons
trapped
are atoms?
electromagnetic energy.
Where's the
That's what creates matter.
Where's the protons come in? I'm confused.
They're made of trapped photons,
Protons are made of trapped photons?
not protons. Protons or electrons, fundamental particles, are made of trapped electromagnetic energy,
Okay.
creating a scalar field effect.
Okay. Well, so yeah.
That's about as far as I can go with it.
Okay. Yeah. And for
Well,
something like that, you might have to elaborate
I
on
encourage you to
sources.
look at my my preprint. I put the link in the chat, and if you check out my preprint, and I have my email addresses in the preprint too, so feel free to drop me a note too.
But I think you're right on track, though, with magnetism. Okay.
Gravimagnetic.
It can either produce gravity or it could be anti-gravitational. It
Well,
depends on the orientation.
Let me go to how CC.
Victor Schauberger did a great job, with the gravimagnetic field effect, because his spinning devices were just geometrical in design, and they had no electricity involved with them, and yet he had gravimagnetic effects without electricity.
Let me go to how CC. He's had his hand up for a little while. How? What's up? Yes, right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that I went ahead and sent you those links to that email address you have. Those are just
I got them.
There's points of contact for you to reach out, and those were the individuals I was speaking about that might be of interest to you as guests.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add, I haven't, this is just a little bit of an aside, but everybody's pushing real heavy these days, the media, to go out and see this movie about Oppenheimer and, the development of the atom bomb, which I haven't seen myself, but
Saw it already. Great movie.
Oh, okay. When we talk about space travel, though, actually, there is within our capabilities, if we were to use these explosive units as a source of propulsion, we probably could reach something like about the third of the speed of light right now, and a journey, one-way trip to Alpha Centauri, for example, might be 15 years accelerating, deaccelerating, and then maybe 10 years to explore the system. And if the astronauts were so inclined, another 15 years to come back. So within human lifetime, we actually have a capability now, and I've I'm envisioning that there probably be a considerable number of people who even would be willing to take a one-way trip. But I just wanted to throw that out there since that is being pushed so heavily to see that movie and say we have these as propulsion units, and they could be very useful just now to make star trips if we wanted to, as long as the systems were fairly close by. I just wanted to throw that out there as a something as an aside. It's not directly connected to Mr. Boyd's comments, but I just thought I'd throw that out there as a point of interest to people. Okay,
well, thank
you.
Well, so I should also ask. So I saw Drew from sunny Florida popped in, and then I should also ask if anybody has ad hoc presentations other than Michael, because Michael just did his, and again, Justin Coven, he was talking about Paul LaViolette's work as well as meta-analysis. Does anybody have an ad hoc presentation? I had 3 or 4 folks who emailed me, but I'm not sure if they're in the it does not look like any of them are here, but that's okay. It's okay. I would say just let me know, guys. And again, if you want to keep, if you guys want to keep discussing Michael's stuff, absolutely fine. Sorry for interrupting.
Michael, so how do you suppose the dip in the material is creating gravimagnetic activity?
You mean the pit?
Or the rise? I have a theory to that.
The hypothesis is mine. It's actually comes from Hal Puthoff's paper that I referenced in there. Basically, that there's 2 kinds of there's expanded space-time, which is anti-gravitational. Frequency changes to the blue, it causes blue shifting. And in that space-time, time goes faster. The length stretches and the time gets shorter. So, and then the opposite is true of denser space-time. When you get close to a mass, time slows down. The force is a pull force, it's gravitational. And the what is
gravimagnetic? The pull force is gravimagnetic.
Well,
to be specific, gravity. So gravity is not just gravity; it's gravimagnetic. Gravity is a magnetic phenomenon.
It's a magnetic phenomena, but it's not the same as electromagnetism. It's time dependent, as opposed to electromagnetism, which is time independent. There's no time involved in light. And my hypothesis is that because photons are produced by changes in states in electrons. When an electron goes from a higher energy to a lower energy state, it produces a photon. Protons produce a gravitational signal, but it's not at the speed of light. And when we're talking in electromagnetism, when we're talking about a photon being produced, it actually has what's called a photo lifetime. It takes a certain kind of like exponential or decaying. It produces, what are they? Photo emission, they call it. So it has a certain lifetime. So in any case, it's not instantaneous, but once the photon's produced, it experiences and interacts as a photon at the speed of light. And it can do that because it hasn't got any mass. If it had mass, it would behave differently. It's the presence of mass. The surprising thing is that the absence of mass would produce a time-dependent anti-gravitational. signal. That's the new physics.
Isn't it? It magnetizes.
But it's magnetized, yeah.
Yeah.
Centrifugal force does a great job of simulating the absence of mass.
So and the theories are that this is part of the vacuum engineering, and what the other thing is that's surprising is that this is a magnified force. It's a lot greater than would be expected. That's why I think it's a extra, what they call extra dimension. But my approach isn't to say, okay, I have this string theory with 11 dimensions and all this math that, you know, I would need a supercomputer to do. I just say, okay, well, everybody says you can't measure below the Planck length because it's too small, and you can't measure below the Planck time because it's too short, but you can make a lot of stuff below the Planck mass. You just take your little atoms and you stack them up.
Michael, just a comment question about one of the things you said. If the photon has energy and it can have varying energy levels, shouldn't that still require to have some kind of dependence upon space-time?
Well, mass warps space and time.
But photons don't have it.
Photons don't warp space or time. And that's why they're time independent. They don't have a time dependency at all. You're just like a wave, I guess, a standing wave, right? Would that be one way? If it's got a characteristic frequency and a characteristic wavelength, and it's coherent, isn't it just a standing wave?
What about
light is an excitation of vibration of the field.
So a Kugel
whatever
blitz,
the field is.
a Kugel blitz is a black hole made of nothing but light, right? You take all the energy that is required to, you know, create a black hole, all in the form of light, and you have this thing called a Kugel blitz.
Okay. Is that what they're trying to make it CERN?
Well, what I'm getting at is, if light doesn't have any mass, but it does have energy,
yeah,
you can't have one without the other, right? We're talking about Einstein, they're the same thing.
Well,
and so that's how you get these light created black holes called Kugel blitzes. So if you're saying that the light doesn't experience time, it still has something going on that allows it to interact with space-time enough that it can actually bend space-time because it has energy, which is equivalent to mass. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, so it would make, and that goes back to the original context of the problem with string theory is you got to get the energy so high that you warp space-time. So I have no doubt that's true, but how much energy are we talking about to make this thing? Okay, I don't need a lot of energy to warp space-time. All I need,
when you use resonance.
All I need to do is create the expanded space. If I can do it at the nanoscale and the microscale, I mean, when I think of quantum mechanics, I'm thinking about tiny, small stuff, not cosmological and big giant stuff. So if I can quantify gravity at the small scale, I should be able to scale it up. And there should be patterns there that, you know, a black hole, yeah, we should be able to create a little mini black hole, but how it's the amount of energy is the problem. So it's kind of like Jack Sarfati's low energy warp drive. That's what I'm talking about. Not bending space with a super powerful X-ray laser.
So if I just got a direct message from Leo who said there's a recorded presentation on YouTube proving Einstein's relativity wrong that may be of interest. He dropped a link to it. He said, I believe the maker is attending this Zoom right now, a gentleman named Jim
cool.
Marson. Now, I'm not sure if Jim might be interested or open to talking at some point. Oh, and then Mark, let me see, Mark Calvo is here also, but
Cool.
I think Mark hit his hand up. So I thought I would at least mention that. And Bill has his hand up right now. So let me go to Bill next. And if Jim is listening, he can give some thought to whether or not he wants to talk about that. It was basically Michelson Morley in space. That's what he's producing. Let me go to Bill though.
Oh, Tim?
Mhm.
Can I share a screen here?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, that.
And then I'm going to go to Mark. I'm going to go to Mark Calvo after you.
Okay, can you see this?
I'm not related.
Okay.
Yes, the late
for
great
some reason
Boyd
it's not.
Bushman. Yeah, no, it's
Oh, you
showing.
see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I replicated this Boyd Bushman experiment. It was mentioned, Boyd himself, he was a Lockheed Skunk Works scientist 15 years ago. And he described this experiment he did at Lockheed where he dropped magnets down an elevator shaft. And I replicated his experiment. And I noticed, yeah, the guy's right, Bushman, that if you take two opposing magnets, and I show that on this screen, and if you epoxy, you can epoxy these magnets, neodymium magnets together, okay, and kind of wrap it up with electrical tape, and then you can take a rock and you can compare that with dropping a rock and then dropping the magnets. And I noticed that the guy's right, Bushman is correct, that it changes the mass acceleration effect, okay, with opposing magnets. And then I extended his experiment using magnets in an attractive configuration and dropped those as well. And I noticed that they increased the mass acceleration effect. So I think there's definitely, there's an anti-gravity effect with opposing magnets and a gravitational effect with magnets in an attractive configuration,
Well,
which means that magnets bend space-time. Now, how they bend space-time is how it's configured. If it's opposing, it's causing the mass acceleration effect to decrease. If it's an attractive configuration, it increases the mass acceleration effect. Okay, so that would be gravitational.
So Bill, I'm wondering if the next step would be to do, you mentioned opposing and attracting. If you had
Right.
two magnets, right? So
Yes.
one goes faster, one goes slower.
Right.
If you built two of those and dropped them at the same time compared to each other, and then don't use the rock at all because the airflow is going to be different, right?
Right.
You might get the most
Right.
pure, you might get the most pure result.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I think you're right about that. But also you can build an Alcubierre warp drive with this. Okay, using opposing and attractive configuration of magnets where they bend space-time in these different configurations where it could accelerate the craft. I think you can build a warp drive out of this as well. So this is something to consider and maybe build and launch into space and test it all out. So that this is something that I think can be done.
We love running things, managing things. Mayor of New York, they say, is the second hardest job in American politics. The New York City press corps, I mean, that is,
Yeah, that's
like
interesting. Oops. Sorry,
Clarence.
let me mute that. I'm getting some background noise there. And Bill, do you have any videos of the drop test that you did?
Yeah, I got some videos.
Okay, yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have them on hand. I'm in process of building this and posting it on LinkedIn and Facebook.
Okay.
So I just started posting this today, and how you can build an Alcubierre warp drive with something with a concept like this. Okay. So
Well,
I'm
I
in
think-
process of putting all this together.
Yeah, those are really simple, straightforward experiments, you know, and that's
Right,
something
yeah,
anybody
exactly.
can replicate. Anybody can replicate.
Anybody can do this, okay? Anybody can put this together.
Cool. Hey, Tim, better half just came in and reminded me I'm on KP duty. So, any more questions?
No,
I got
Michael, thank
5
you
minutes.
again so much. Thank you again so much for presenting today. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone for showing up. But thank you for going through all of that and showing us the paper that you've published.
I shortened it. You know how I am.
Yeah, it was lame. But you know what? It's wonderful. Thank you. I genuinely mean that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
May I ask a quick question of Mr. Boyd here
Sure.
before he gets dragged?
Yeah, go for it, Hal.
Yeah, so wondering just is there any possibility, I know maybe on the small scale you could do it, but somehow you might be able to enlarge it. Is there a possibility of using these effects to produce microscopic wormholes that you could pour energy into and possibly enlarge them to make them feasible for travel? If that's, does any of this stuff apply to you?
I've thought about it. So, if you look at, I have like 4 patents and one of the things he considered is how much energy you could produce. So if you take that, for example, you take that 20 micron square bump that I had the signal for in there, and you scaled it up to like 1 meter squared. So you had a 1 meter disk surface covered with with all those 20 micron nano bumps, it would produce 40 megawatts of power. Now, how you would collect that's a different story, or how you would utilize that. But yeah, it would produce a lot of, it has the potential to produce a huge amount of energy.
And you could get a wormhole out of that? Is that what?
I think a wormhole takes a little more energy than I could produce. But if you can produce a low energy wormhole, then yeah, no, the only way to find out is to experiment. So we don't know what the problems are going to be if we try to scale it up. I'm just trying to see if I can figure out the mystery of doing it at the nanoscale, because the thing is, they say you can't unite gravity with the quantum mechanics, and I think everything's quantum when you get small enough. So
yeah, I agree with that. I think everything actually is quantum, and I think they'll find that out eventually, that it is quantum. But I just hope you don't get sucked in any kind of wormhole you make or anything. So good luck.
yeah, I don't live that close to CERN, so I think CERN's probably more likely to create them little black holes.
You know, so I actually have and you know what? Where'd it go? Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. I had a couple of thoughts. So the first one was, Michael, in terms of CERN, I just read that they are detecting interstellar particles that are coming in at like 50 times the energy of CERN. And so they basically, there's nothing to worry about in terms of black holes, because these things hit us fairly regularly, apparently. These are just
They
interstellar
probably
particles.
go right through us.
Apparently some of them interact with the atmosphere. So that was one. The other thing was, in terms of wormholes, that's an area that I'm excited in also. Micro and nano wormholes, they still take a ton of power, right? But it's achievable power. And so my interest in that was communications. And it's the same idea. It's, you know, being able to move things from one place to another and being able to do things instantaneously, right? Or at least apparently instantaneously, because you're warping space.
Well, for the wormhole to really be a wormhole, you have to be able to move matter and energy in a non-interacting way between 2 points in space, right?
Yeah.
So if they exist, obviously there's got to be a low energy way to do it.
And if I remember correctly, really the the lowest you can get is like a photon, basically. But at the same time, even if you can send a single photon, you can do Morse code. So,
Well, we can do teleport photons. We already have the capability of doing that and doing it, basically establishing quantum entanglement with photons. It's been going on for at least 50 years. So,
yeah.
so, but I got to
Michael,
go. I'm on KP.
Thank you again, sir. Thank you again.
No problem. I appreciate it. I had a good time. Okay. Let you guys go.
Okay, so Mike has his hand up. Mike, go for it, sir.
Hey guys, this is not directly on propulsion, but it's on a energy generation topic. If you guys are interested, I can run by it in 5 minutes here.
Yeah. If you have a quick run through that you can do, that'd be wonderful.
This will officially be my first ever share screen that I've ever done.
Yeah, and again, if you're sharing from YouTube, please don't
see it?
share. Yeah, please. So please don't share the audio. Please turn the audio off.
Is it vid? Can you guys see that?
Yeah. It looks great, Mike.
Okay, so this is a circuit that it's based off the Bedini SG circuit. It's a flyback generator. Is my cursor visible?
Yeah.
It is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what goes on here, we'll look at battery A, and the plus and the minus here will okay. Sorry. Okay, so battery A, the plus, will go through the bottom coil here. And when switch B, if you are following the cursor, is closed, the negative will connect to that coil and charge it up. Right now, switch A is closed, so the top coil is energized in this image. So these two switches are both supposed to go on, off and on between each other. When one's off, the other is on, and so forth. So right now, the top coil is getting energized, and then in the next half of the cycle, the bottom coil will get energized and go back and forth, back and forth. So when the top coil, when switch A is no longer closed and it opens up, the top coil will be charged with plus here on this side of the coil and minus on the other side of the coil. But when the charge is removed by opening up switch A, the plus on this side turns into a minus, and the negative on this side turns into a plus. And this is how the Bedini flyback system works and how it captures the flyback. So when the coil flips polarity, and where it once was positive, it becomes now negative, and the other side where it once was negative becomes positive. That means right here it becomes a negative, and sorry, the this circuit is confusing, even though I'm sorry. Well, just keep in mind battery B is the one charging up the top coil. I made a mistake there. So battery B is charging the top coil. It's through the positive here, and the negative goes around the switch A to the other side of the coil and charges it up. So your positive of the top coil would be on this side, and the negative would be on this side. So when the switch opens, switch A opens, the polarity flips of this coil, and this positive side becomes a negative side, and then it will dump through this path right here, if you're following the cursor, through this diode, because it's negative, remember, into the negative of this battery. So basically, a battery B charges up the top coil, opens up the circuit, drops the charge, reverses the polarity through the flyback effect, and dumps the flyback into battery A. And it keeps going back and forth like that. Did anybody catch that? That's pretty much it right there. So
Okay, well,
I
thanks,
can
Mike. Thank you for
go a
presenting
little
that.
forward real quick here. I erased half the circuit so you can now visualize
And
one
so
coil.
I'm not a Bedini guy, and we typically don't do energy stuff at APEC, but I know a lot of the folks here are familiar with it. There's William Schram. He may have some thoughts. I'm sure there are folks in the audience who understand this a lot better, may have some questions. William, go for it, sir.
I had a different presentation to remark on, but my question was about the coils. Do you wind them one inside the other, or so they have a transformer effect?
You could do that if you want to. You can wind them however you want to. That counterclockwise, clockwise thing is just for good looks. I mean, I could have drawn that in there both clockwise. It depends what you want to do with the fields on the coils. When they're being energized by the battery, you can utilize the EMF field. Once the charge is removed on the inductor, the flyback occurs and it gets recycled into the other battery, as you can see here. So battery B will charge out the top coil with the switch A closed. And now if you imagine switch A opening, you see that the positive of the coil is here and the negative is here. So now this will become a negative and that will become a positive. And so the positive will go out this diode at the top here, high voltage positive, because it's a flyback positive, into the positive of this battery. And the negative will go out this side of this coil through this direction, just like a rectifier of a diode. You go in, the negative can go through the front of a diode. Positive cannot. So technically speaking, the negative is already connected to this battery in this fashion. This low voltage diode is to block the positive from the other battery from connecting to the negative here. I don't know if that's an issue or not. I did that anyway. But you might need to put another diode in parallel with this diode, a high voltage diode like the one up here, 4007, because this is a negative high voltage coming in. And this is a low voltage diode. That's the only error I may have made it here. But if you go forward, now you can see the other circuit is basically doing the same thing, but in the other direction. So battery A will charge the plus on this side of the coil, and the negative will hit this side of the coil when B is closed. And when B opens, this plus becomes a negative, and it dumps in this direction into the negative of this battery. And this negative becomes a positive, and it goes into the same battery this way through that diode. So it's basically two circuits right there in one. When the two relays are alternating in position between closed and open, you should not have any shorts between the two inductors. So, yeah, any comments on that?
Well, I'll tell you
Anyway.
what, why don't we give Mr. Mike Lilov an applause? I want to do that. Mike, you have been to APEC a few times now. So let me stop your share, if that's okay.
Can you do that? Yeah.
Yep. And I want to put this thing on gallery view. Everybody, big hand for Mr. Mike Lilov for his
Hope that made
overview
sense.
of
I'm
Bedini.
happy
Yeah.
to keep, collaborating on and answer any questions on that.
Yeah, and I should, and again, I'm not going to read it out there, but your email is in your screen name there. So for anybody who wants to contact you, that's okay. Yeah. Drop it in there for anybody who's interested in that. I know there's a lot of community crossover, right? So like Tesla Tech, they do a ton of stuff with Bedini motors and stuff like that. So awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that is awesome, man. That is awesome. Okay, so I should do, let me see. Mr.
Hey, Tim,
Schram,
you got a second?
Yeah. Drew, do you want to give us an update?
I can't figure. Yeah, I really do. I can't figure out how to raise my hand. Otherwise, I'd have done that. So I apologize for just blurting out.
No, Drew, go for it.
Okay.
Here, do you want me to spotlight you for here? Let me put you on spotlight.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to be sharing my screen here in a second.
Okay.
I spent the last half hour trying to figure out what I could show for an update. I've got some proprietary stuff, so I just turned off the lights inside the chamber, so you really can't see much, but I thought I'd give everybody just a quick peek at a typical test, like I ran, like the one I ran today, I pretty much run the impulse engine pretty much every day. It's almost always under high vacuum now. So, and then I was going to discuss the just a typical test result. So, and then I was going to show you something that's a bit unique to my geography here. Not that it has anything to do with the impulse engine itself, but the fact that I'm 35 miles north of the Kennedy Space Center, and some lunatic keeps launching his damn rockets every once in a while. So I'll show you what I mean as soon as I get there. Give me a second, because every one of these Zoom things is different. I can never figure out where anything is. Share screen. Okay, so me and technology, not the best of friends. So I'm going to try.
Yeah, so I've already got you all pretty much all set up. Just to share screen, it's going to make you confirm the window, and there you go. Yeah, looks beautiful.
Okay, are you seeing what looks like a kind of a test screen?
Yeah, let me mute myself out, and then you just go for it.
So, welcome to my test lab. You are actually on the far left of this screen. You're seeing the actual testing articles. Again, they have been kind of blacked out because, you know, we've got competitors who don't give a shit about our patents. So I'm not going to show you what the actual impulse plates look like. But basically this blob right here that's kind of looks like a board cube. That's just a electrostatic cover over the force meter. It's a little load cell, little tiny load cell, accurate to somewhere in the zone of around plus or minus 20 micronewtons at the rate at which we sample. This is the actual, I don't know if you can see, oh, sorry. This is the actual test article back here. This is the 180-degree backside of the test article back over here. So what you're seeing is it's just kind of in standby mode right now. And I'm going to auto level. And right now, this is the force baseline. So you're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 micronewtons of force up and down. And to show you that this is a live system, I'm just going to kind of get up and jump. And I'm 40 feet away from it across the concrete slab. And this thing is accurate enough to sense me jumping up and down 40 feet away. What's truly annoying is when Elon throws one of his rockets into the sky, about 40 seconds later, the noise of it makes it all the way to my test rig and screws up my test, because I can actually sense my building absorbing the energy in the atmosphere and the ground absorbing the energy, and it just goes crazy. It's a couple of hundred micronewtons and completely screws up the test. And I have to wait for his rocket to clear the area before I can continue with my testing. It's very annoying. I've sent him a couple of letters already saying, please stop launching your silly rockets while I'm conducting warp drive tests. Needless to say, he has not responded. So this is a typical test scenario. While it's running, I can activate the voltage and bring up any amount of voltage I want. Typically, I run around 12,000 volts-ish on the plates. And the thrust that's generated is somewhere in the zone of 1 to 1.5 millinewtons per plate. I can stack up as many plates as I wish. And the net result of all of that is a data. Are you looking at what now looks like just a results page? Or do I need to do a different share? Or am I just talking to myself? Can anybody hear me? Hello? Maybe I can't hear y'all. Tim, am I saying anything? No. I don't know. Okay, y'all can hear me. I just can't hear you hear me. Okay. Does it look like a white...
Sorry about that, Drew. Sorry about that. I was in the other room for a sec. Yeah, no, we can hear you fine. I can still see you.
Just checking.
Force.
So
okay.
Are you seeing what looks like a white page of test data results, or are you still seeing the original screen?
So it's showing the PPD AC wired Arduino screen. So you know what? Why don't I remove your screen share? Why don't I stop your screen share, and then you can reshare, because I bet that's
Okay.
oops.
So I'll stop sharing and I'll
There we go.
reshare
Yeah, it's just not sharing the right
the
window.
technology. Okay, so I want to share this screen. I didn't think it was sharing the right screen. Okay, so
There we go.
absolutely detest computers. All right, so hopefully you all are seeing what looks like a white screen now with a bunch of data on it, a graph. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, nope, looks
Okay,
great.
good. All right, so this is a typical test result, and I'm going to start over here on the left side and work my way to the right side. The black line, the black squiggle, starts out at 0 because there's 0 thrust at 0 voltage. And as voltage is applied, the voltage is down here on the red line. It's in kilovolts. And this particular test I was playing around just trying to see if how low I could get thrust, or how much thrust I could get at very low voltages. Because I had several plates stacked up, so I knew I'd make thrust. And basically, as I bring the voltage up, in this case, I brought it up to 1000 volts and then held it there for a little bit, then 2000 volts and then held it there for a little bit, and then 3000 volts. Along the very bottom is in seconds. Along the vertical red Y axis is in voltage. This is 3000 volts here. This is 4000 volts, and this is, I was pinging around. I think I punched the wrong button and hit 5,000 or 6,000 volts. And of course, I'm getting some shorts. Anytime this purple lines move up and down, it's generating sparkies all over the place in there. Even though I'm at like, I don't know, 9.5 times 10 to the minus 6 torr, it's still fairly high pressure for this much voltage and this much surface area. So you're going to end up with all kinds of plasma discharges and just an endless amount of mischief going on in there. But anyhow, as the voltage comes up, when I hit around 3000 volts or 2000 volts, the black line begins to go down. This is thrust. This is making real thrust continuously with nothing but electrostatic pressure. So this is differential electrostatic pressure, exactly what our patent says it is. And as long as the voltage is maintained, there is force. And as you can see, this little aqua line down here, this is in microamps. This is the microamps that are actually passing through the test articles on their way to ground. So the microamperage in the system is like 0.02, 0.04, 0.1 on a really bad spark. So it's in the milliwatts. So it's actually in the microwatts. It's in like the microwatts per millinewton of thrust. And the current doesn't go up. You can have 2 plates, 10 plates, 100 plates. It wouldn't matter. As long as the plates aren't shorting out or doing anything, then they're not drawing any current. So you could have 1,000 plates in the system and it would have the same 2 or 3 microwatts of power. It's really just the power lost to whatever the waste product is. It's in the chamber, plasma or a little bit of corona or a little bit of whatever, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be some kind of electrons trying to go where they shouldn't. And that's what the aqua line is at the bottom. But the short and long of it is, as the voltage comes up, as I bring the voltage up, the thrust is continuous and it's down here. And then I turn the voltage off. And of course, it's a power supply. It drops and it has an RC constant and it just peters out. It's a monster Spellman. I use a giant Spellman to power these things. So there's an enormous friggin' capacitor in these things to save themselves when they have problems. So the thrust drops down to 0 because the 0 line is way up here at the 0 line. And as the voltage drops off, the thrust comes up here. Now in this particular case, I had a bit of a drift in the system because I ran this around 6:30 this morning, 7 o'clock this morning, and the temperature in the building started to come up. And when the temperature in the building comes up, the chamber starts to notice it, and the chamber starts getting warmer, and there's nothing I can do about that. The pressure begins to climb, and eventually I have to shut the testing down by about 8 o'clock because there's just an endless amount of mischief going on with the drift. But excluding the drift, if you kind of do away with the drift, this was about a 280, 300 micronewton test. So I turn the power on, and the thrust is almost immediate. It's within 2 seconds, which is the time it takes to charge up these ridiculously large capacitors that are my propulsion system. And then it'll stay on as long as I keep the voltage on. And then as soon as I turn the voltage off, the thrust goes back up to essentially the 0 line, which in this case, drift has dragged up a little high. So that's a typical test. Any questions?
Okay, so you know what? Let me here. I had it allow participants to unmute themselves. So I guess if anybody wants to jump in, you guys can raise your hands. Again, that is Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows. Or if you want to just hop on in.
Hey, Drew.
Hello.
How you doing? I'm in Florida too, by the way.
Oh, but you know what, Mike, before we do that, you know what, let me stop sharing real quick. We should give Drew a hand. So here, I'm gonna stop sharing and I've been lazy on this lately. It's because we have 2 formats now. Everybody, you can't even see me there. Drew from sunny Florida, a big hand. Thank you for sharing. That was LabVIEW, I think. Somebody said that was LabVIEW, right? So
I believe it is. We've got a genius programmer on our team, and he does freaking magic with something called Python and LabVIEW, and I don't really care because I don't understand any of it. I just say, hey, I want to see this, and magic flows. And I said, no, it's got to be this, or it's got to be self-normalizing, and then more magic ensues. And I don't know, we're up to a couple of tens of thousands of lines of code now, all buried somewhere. Little pictures. You open it up and it looks like a little cartoon. Everything looks like a little cartoon. Yeah, very cute, but I have no idea what any of it is.
Yeah. Well, let me apologize for interrupting Mike Lilov. Mike, you were saying something, and I owe you an apology.
So Drew, on your signal there, I noticed when you removed the charge, the signal went up. Is this negative? Negative? Because when you engage the system, you're holding negative force there, negative potential, and when you remove the charge, the signal went up to ambient background levels, but that's positive. It looked like it was up.
That's because there's drift in the system. Okay, this is the way this operates. This starts over here at 0. Okay, you look at this thing and it operates. Am I still sharing? I don't know what y'all can see. I'm not sharing. Okay. On the far left of the screen was the beginning of the data, 0. It was on a 0 line. But the chamber itself is changing shape because of the temperatures going up and I'm losing a little bit of vacuum due to all of the changes in the room. I mean, it's getting hot. It was, I don't know, 90 degrees at freaking 7:30 this morning in my building. So what happens is the 0 line drifts upwards, and I know what it is. It works out to be about 60 micronewtons per 10 minutes roughly. So I just ignore it. And then every time I run a test.
Which one is the black line? You have a black chart with the signal. That's the actual the black chart. You have the green, which is the
I don't know. Am I still presenting
which was the
data
or the little green line? It's a little green line. I remember the chart.
Oh yeah,
the green line is pressure. You want me to represent the chart?
Yeah. Put it back up, Drew.
Okay, just give me a second. And again, if this gets boring, just let me know and I will go silent and we'll listen to the next guy who's got something cool.
There we go. Yeah.
This isn't as cool as making, free energy. So, but way over here Hopefully you're seeing the chart with the black squiggly lines. Way
Right.
over here on the left, that's the 0 point. That's the
No,
time
I'm not
zero.
talking about that green line, the one at the bottom there, the other green line.
You're talking about this green line?
The one carrying the milliwatts.
It's carrying the milliwatts. This is voltage. The red line?
You're right in the middle. There's a little green squiggly. Two of them.
This little green thing?
All the way at the bottom, not the middle. That's the 0 line.
This purple
Middle,
thing?
go to your right.
Go to my right. Okay.
Right there. You just passed it. There's a green dip and comes
This?
back up. Green. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
The
I
two
would
of
call
them.
that aqua, but that's cool. So
Oh, sorry,
that
aqua.
is-
I can't see it.
yeah, that's current. That's microamps of current.
Mhm.
So that's the energy
then the
that's
black
actually
line.
passing through the test articles on its way to ground. Whatever passes through all of the test articles, all of the plates or whatever's in there, all ends up getting dumped to a meter or a sensor that tells me what the current is. So you're right. As soon as I turn off the power, there's always going to be a spike because these things are capacitors. You know, they're charged up, and as soon as you turn the power off, all that charge is going somewhere because it ain't staying in there. Because the power supply is, when you turn off the power supply, it's naturally grounded. Both sides are grounded, so you end up with ground on everything. And the real charge flows away, and the mirror charge coming up from the earth drains off to leave you with a net balance of whatever the charge is on the system. In this particular case, it pretty much goes to 0 in about 20 or 30 seconds. So when you see this black line shoot back up here, you're saying, why does it go past the 0 point? Was that the question?
Where the dip to the left, where the black
little dip.
dips from the top down, where the black dips, the black line dips down. Is that when you're energizing it, or is that when you're?
All right, let's
removing
pick a
the
point. I'm going to go to 250 seconds. We agree there's a 250 second mark?
Yeah.
Go straight up. That's, you know, we're basically at the top of the graph. It's showing about 0.06 millinewtons. That's power off.
Power off, and then
Yeah, it's
and
power
then
off.
it dips.
The red line's all the way at the bottom. That's the power line. And the thrust line's all the way at the top. Basically at 0. That's the local 0.
What color is the thrust line?
The black line is the thrust line. This black line up here,
Okay.
that's the thrust. Okay, I don't know any other way to explain it. When the thing is off, it's off. And when it's off, it's showing 0 thrust. So just pretend this is 0.
Okay.
Because there's an offset to this thing is drifting upwards. As it drifts upwards, you gotta adjust in your head where the 0 line is. This is the 0
Right.
point.
Now I can see this. I get that
Okay.
point where it's.
As soon as
where
I
the
turn
zeros-
on the
yeah.
power, this red line shoots up to here. Now I'm showing it's at about 4,500 volts. That's what this line is right here. And while that 4,500 volts is in the system, it's charging the drive. The drive is on. It's got energy. It's got potential. And the thrust that it makes, it's pulling against gravity here. Okay, so it's acting like a weight. So all of a sudden, it's more of a weight. So it's going to pull of course, it's horizontal, so it's pulling backwards. It's pulling away from the sensor this way. It's pulling away from the sensor. So it's going to show up as a negative force. That way's negative on the sensor, and that way's positive on the sensor.
Negative thrust,
So-
you mean?
It's in the direction, it's thrust. Okay, the universe doesn't have a negative and a positive. This particular thing is away from the sensor. So it's thrust in the opposite direction that the sensor calls positive. So it shows up on the graph as negative. It's just downward. So when you turn the damn thing on, the thrust drops out to the bottom. And it's down here. And you look over here and it's, I don't know, negative 180 or so. And then you turn it off. You turn the voltage off, and it goes right back up to what would be local 0. Well, local 0 has drifted up a little bit in that minute or so
Yeah.
that it's operating. So you just kind of say, okay, where's
Understandable.
local 0? Well, okay, let's over here somewhere. So the difference between over here somewhere and down here somewhere is roughly the amount of thrust that was generated while this thing was on. I mean, this thing is only accurate to 20 plus or minus 20 micronewtons, which if you've ever tried to build a scale that's accurate to micronewton scale,
Yeah.
this is amazing. Okay, NASA spent $30 million building something that wasn't half as good as this. And they gave it to that idiot, the Dr. Sonny idiot, to play with.
Sunny White.
And he failed miserably. And thank God, because he's an idiot.
It's limitless space. I've met the guy. Yes,
So have I.
Yeah.
He's destroyed my hardware. So I get the right to call him an idiot because he went against his own NDA and against the agreement that he got to play with my hardware to go and damn destroy it. So I got nothing good to say about him. So that's how this test works. You put on power, you get thrust. You turn off power, you get the absence of thrust. As long as Elon isn't flying one of his rockets overhead.
Why is the thrust showing up as a dip,
all
negative thrust?
Because it's the way that he has. It's the way that he
has.
You
keep calling it negative for some unknown reason. I'm telling you.
Is there an implosion factor here?
No, it's just the way that it's calibrated against the sensor. So when he applies,
do you understand how load cells work? You push on a load cell, it's going to give you signal in one direction. You pull on a load cell, it's going to give you signal in the other direction.
There you go.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it's not negative thrust. It's just showing up as negative because it's
thrust in a direction that the sensor is telling you is that
it's the opposite direction of the load cell.
Right. It's a pull on the load cell. Like when you step on a scale, it's a
anti-gravity. Gotcha.
It's not anti-gravity. There is no such thing.
You're reducing the weight, so the load on the cell is less.
Yes, you can say that. Yes, you can say that. It's just thrust. It's the real world version of thrust. So anyhow, that's how these tests work. And I was very excited. I put a whole bunch of these things together, and they worked wonderfully together. I put 2 together, and it made twice the thrust of 1, and I put 4 together, and it made 4 times the thrust of 1, and twice the thrust of 2. So I was very pleased with myself, and then I made myself a wonderful big breakfast and went back to bed.
Well, Drew, congratulations. That's wonderful. I like the fact that doubling them up and because I mean that's definitely.
Oh yeah, without scaling, this is just an interesting science experiment.
Yeah,
I like it really is.
Aspect. Let me see. Jared has his hand up. Jared, go for it.
I got some questions for you, Drew. I'm loving to see this progress. It's awesome. So a couple of questions for you. First one, your vacuum chamber that you're running in, how big is the volume inside that you can test with?
It's roughly 28 inches in diameter and about 4 feet long.
Holy crap, that thing's huge.
This is the baby one. The one behind it is 7 feet in diameter and about 8 feet long.
Holy crap.
But it only goes down to, I use that as a Mars chamber because it takes too much energy and too much patience to suck it all the way down.
So right now you said you've tested 4 articles simultaneously all in the same chamber?
Oh, well, yeah, that's lately. 4 of this design.
What's the max?
I've had, let's see, let me think about that a second. Going to be 2 times 3 is 6 times 4 is 24 times 2, 48 plates. I've had 48 plates together. And for a grand total of around 5 millinewtons back then. So it was 48 plates making 5 millinewtons.
And you've improved.
Curiously enough, it's almost the same design that IVO knocked off, that they're sending into space next month. But since then, I'm now that little thing that made 5 millinewtons probably weighed a kilogram, maybe about 2.5 pounds. Now I can do 5 millinewtons on 4 grams, 5 grams. Something like that.
So you're scaling up. What's the next thing you want to do? What's your next iteration?
I'm gonna put 10 of them together.
And with 10 times 300 micronewtons, you're gonna get 3 millinewtons.
No. This was just a low voltage test. These things make about 1.5 millinewtons a plate
each. Oh, dude, so you're gonna get 15 millinewtons with this next test.
Yeah, and the whole system will weigh about let me think about that a second. It's gonna 10 of these plates would weigh about 5 grams. They're about 500 milligrams a plate. And yeah, I'm at 32% Earth unity. So these things can lift 32% of their own body weight.
You're going up.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, 32.6. Yeah.
Right on, man. Last question for you. I was hoping to be able to shoot you a private email at some point. Do you think you could send me a direct message in chat if I could get your email from you?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how email works in this whole mess, but sure.
Yeah,
If you click the chat
again,
in
if you're able to drop it into chat, that's the best. I'm not a big fan of giving them out in public.
Yeah, I
if
don't
can
want
avoid
to
it.
give my email out.
No, if you
but I
click
will drop
the blue everyone thing, you drop that down and then you can send it direct.
Okay, so it looks like it's to Jared, direct message.
There we go. Yep. Right on, man. Thank you.
Yeah, and speaking of which, next time we see Jared, you will have been to visit, I forgot his name.
Ray Stanford.
Yes, and you're going there with Charlie, right? So
Yep. Charles and I are flying out Monday morning. We're gonna visit 2 days straight with Ray Stanford. Thank you, Drew.
You're welcome.
We're gonna visit Ray Stanford for 2 days straight. For those of you who don't know, Ray Stanford started this like UFO research foundation back in the 50s, and he came from well enough means that this foundation was worth a couple $1 million worth of equipment back in the 50s. And he has, for over 50 years, he collected a ton of data from UFOs. Those Faraday rings, if you've seen my presentation, those come from him. Those photos do. So Charles and I are going to go, and I've talked on the phone to the guy for an hour and a half plus, and he's just chock full, just story after story after story. And every single story is like, and I got all the data sheets that you can see on all of this. And then the next story, and I got all the data, but you got to come see it in person. I got all the data. So now we're going to go see it in person. It's very exciting.
Well, and Jared, if you're able to record those stories, right, just set up the camera and let it roll, and
that's iffy. We're going to take some NDAs along with us so that he can feel comfortable and have complete, control over all of it. He may not even let us record anything. We don't know yet. But we're hoping.
No, it's exciting. That's exciting. Yeah, the good stuff. Good stuff is happening. Good stuff is happening. We're all in full preparedness mode for when things go crazy this fall, as I'm sure they will.
Oh, I had one tiny news update that I don't know if people saw. So the disclosure thing that's going on in Congress, it looks like it's hit a pretty hard roadblock. Mike Turner is a senator from Ohio, with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base being one of his main campaign financiers. He's been a congressman since 2013, I think, and he is one of the senior members on some defense committee, major defense committee. Anyways, he convinced the guy who's in charge of the defense committee to not allow for any more UAP related House committee things because it could potentially damage the reputation of the Department of Defense. So that's the latest and greatest news, bad news.
What does that mean?
So the hearing that happened, recently with Grush and all that, that stirred up the hornet's nest, and the Department of Defense was caught a little bit off guard. And so they kind of stonewalled where they could. So they still have made sure that those witnesses aren't allowed into a SCIF with anybody that can ask them questions. They're doing all their blocking on that. So
what's a SCIF?
A secure compartmented information facility. It's basically like
private meeting.
Faraday cage and concrete walls and no devices allowed in. It lets them talk about confidential stuff without fear of, leaks. So Grush has all this stuff that he's like, I can only discuss that in a secure facility. He said that like every third sentence. So he's got all this stuff. He knows the locations and the names of everything and everyone, but he's not going to put that out there because that would land him in jail. So he's trying to help the committee out by saying, you know, I'll tell you if we can get the facility, but then the Department of Defense has managed to completely block all efforts at getting a facility, access to a facility. And then on top of that, now the Department of Defense has convinced their guy on the inside to basically like hardcore stonewall this, so that now no more follow-up things can take place, like we saw with the Grush thing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we'll
bad
have to
news.
see where things go.
Very-
Well, I believe that the Senate has something planned, don't they?
So the Senate has a bill. The head of the Senate, Schumer, wrote this bill with a Republican guy, so like bipartisan everything. And basically, this thing was kind of poking the bear, saying, "Okay, Department of Defense, you've failed 6 audits. If you can't tell us where every penny is going, we're going to reduce your budget by 1%," which may not sound like a lot with $860 billion. You know, that's only $8 billion. You know, that's a couple F-35s, whatever. But the problem is that when you reduce a budget rather than increase the budget, it causes tons of headaches all over the board, because now you got all these different contracts with all of these different companies that aren't going to be able to be fulfilled. And so then it ends up creating a lot of headaches for a lot of people. If you even keep the budget the same, it's hard because there's budget overrun with every single project. And so they always have to kind of creep up a little bit. So if they go down, it's like basically telling them, if you fail this next audit, you're going to have to cancel programs. So, and it's written every single year, you're going to be required to redo the audit every single year that you fail it. And every year that you continue to fail it, we're going to continue reducing your budget. So DOD is not very happy about that. On top of the fact, they're not very happy that part of the reason for that was because the House hearing took place. So right now, DOD is they're playing offense now. They're done playing defense. They're starting to play offense with this whole thing, and they're going after every single person that can that could have the potential to move this ball forward.
Yeah, so it'll be
Why?
interesting.
I don't understand why. I mean, this is the whole thing is about, you know, human evolution, and they keep on like censoring this stuff. I mean, we're going to be stuck where we are like since the 1970s. You know, we won't move forward. I mean, like, you know,
If they lose
I
face,
plan on moving forward.
if the Department of Defense loses face, they're like the world cops, right? So if all of a sudden you say defund the police, that's because you're losing confidence in the police, right? And that's sometimes not ideal in certain situations, especially when there's rising tensions, right? And right now in the world, there's rising tensions. Right now, Russia and China are not getting along, and China really is not getting along with us. So if all of these tensions are rising at the same time, we're saying defund the world police, that's not ideal. And so they're trying to like do all this different kind of damage control in all these different ways. And in the midst of all of that, we have this 80-year, like $1 billion nuclear bombs worth of information damage coming out with the UFO stuff. It makes sense why they're starting to treat this a little more seriously than they've already been treating it this whole time anyways.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll have to see where things go. I don't, just my thought, but I don't think this will be the end of things. I think that it's gonna, yeah, you know, this is one of
The
those
whistleblowers are coming out.
Yeah, this is one of those genies that it's hard to put back in the bottle. And if I remember correctly, he's already turned in his classified stuff, hasn't he? He's already written it all down and turned it in.
Not in a way that can get to the people who can make the decisions. So right now it's written down, but I want to say it's pretty much just his lawyer, the IG of the Intel community, the top lawyer for the Intel community is his lawyer. And so he's turned it into him because that guy's got, you know, basically complete access. But all of this stuff is classified at levels that require like a buttload of protections to be put in place in order to share that with anybody. Otherwise, you're looking at, you know, going to jail for life if you let even one of these things slip. Not ideal.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things go. Okay, well, guys, it's the top of the hour. We've been here for about 3 hours. Do we have more, or should we shut things down for today?
I had just 4 slides I want to just throw out there.
Okay,
for
yeah,
people
go
to sit
for it.
on.
Go for it.
Let's see. So Jack Sarfati was interviewed. Let's see. Now click share. And he showed us some physics, and he didn't really say, how do we reproduce it? So I want to just throw out some question marks for people and see if they, if it resonates with them. And then maybe we can go back to Jack and say, okay, well, which physics might describe this type of scenario? So I'm hoping what you can see is a kinematics of field craft diagram.
Yeah.
So I read the Paul Hill Unconventional Flying Objects book, and his hypothesis was like, they're pretty simple. They don't warp, they just kind of hover, and they have some form of lifting force. And I'm an engineer a couple times over. My guess was that this was some sort of Lorentz force.
Now, sorry, William, is this your presentation?
Yes, yeah, these are
Do
my
you want
slides.
to, I mean, I see you're on slide 18. Do you want to start from the beginning and just go through the whole thing? Or?
There's a lot of conjecture in here. For now, let's just do 4 slides, and then maybe
Okay.
I'll share them with you privately, and you can tell me if this is serious stuff. Because I basically I read a lot of books, and I just summarize the content. So this is not none of this is mine except for the 4th slide. It's just you know, if I piece together things, I see correlations between concepts. So Paul Hill's book describes in the bottom right a red, green, red coloration on a disk. And so if I piece together some images that you see on the internet, it's got kind of a conic section that defines a block wall of a craft. And then it's got 2 toroidal orbs or lobes, a top lobe and a bottom lobe. And something that from my kinematics background in engineering school, where there was a big question mark, they didn't really explain it, but they said, oh, there's a Lorentz force and you can use it, but we're not going to show you how or where, what application is appropriate. And in this case, the 3rd slide, if you put 2 magnets and then you were to pulse a coil in between them, that would give you a vertical lifting force. And so if I step back, when I saw just a YouTube video of a torsion field, these 2 cyan orbs, I thought, well, maybe that's how you do it. And I guess I had the question then, okay, Jack, well, which one's that? You know, which physics are we applying to this scenario? And I can go a little deeper. If I was to make some conjecture about how you do this, it's a magnet on the top, magnet on the bottom. So William Alec was just describing 2 magnets that push against each other. That's kind of why I bring this up. Those 2 magnets are the orbs, the cyan orbs or toroids. And then in the center, you'd have to have a conductor or an HTS disk, a high temperature superconductor. And so the only conjecture I make is maybe that's what this superconductor disk was all about. This was an attempt to make a small levitating prototype. So you'd need something at least a foot in diameter in size to figure out if this physics really works. And then once it did work, you might not talk about it anymore. So that's my thoughts. There are a lot of other diagrams in the book that describe different colorations of craft, but this one made sense to me, and I just wanted to throw it out to the group just to say maybe it works this way, maybe it doesn't. But this is an experiment that we could actually perform, not with high temperature superconductor, but just with 2 static fields and then a pulsed a DC center ring. So this is something I throw out really as an experiment we can perform. Cool. So that's all I have to share, but I would love to just give feedback or let you guys mull that one over.
We ran that test
Okay.
a couple of years ago. I don't
Is
remember what
it not worth going in that direction?
I don't remember what it did or didn't do, but it didn't do enough magic to pursue.
Okay.
So go ahead, Tim.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, Jared has his hand up next. Go for it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with Mike Gamble and his work.
Sure.
But he did a couple presentations on APEC. He's been researching the German flying saucer craft for a long time. He's an electrical engineer, and he has a pretty decent idea on how this right-hand rule Lorentz force works to be able to combine some AC fields with the DC fields with the magnetic fields to be able to induce these significant amounts of thrust. I would highly recommend looking into his stuff. That was one thing. Another thing, the colors that have been observed with different flying saucers could also be indicative of the ionization levels they're using. So the whole of these craft are ionized at extremely high voltages. And the ionization of the air gives you a color based upon the voltage. And so there's some good videos out there where you can see it going through the colors, and it doesn't jump from one color to the next. It cycles through the color wheel, through the CIE 1973 or 1931, whatever, 1976. It cycles through them. And what that means is that it's going in a linear ramping up and down in the whole charge of the craft. So when you see it at a red, that's at the lowest ionization charge, like 30 kilovolts per meter. When you see it at green, that's like 300 kilovolts per meter. When you see it at violet or blue, it's at like 3 million volts per meter, right? So something to keep in mind is that a lot of times they're combining not static fields, but moving fields, because they, for whatever reason, like to, you can see other videos out there where when the craft is under high acceleration, you can see that one side of the craft has a different sized lobe than the other side of the craft for the ionization of the air around it. Just some things to consider.
Sure. Yeah. I think the impression I got from reading this was that it was in a static hover state. So I'll take that under consideration, that it was different voltages. But I think my takeaway from this was, or maybe I have the misconception that red is indicative of a negative node and like green is indicative of a positive node, or vice versa. And maybe that's wrong.
You know, if I could interject also, this is just a thought, but I really love this model of modifying the, time-space manifold, right? Gravity modification. And if any of that is happening, the ionization lobes might change to match whatever the gravitational field is. And so that would be different, right? I think if I interpret correctly, what you guys are suggesting is the lobes themselves are doing the work, and the different sizes does a different amount of work. What I'm suggesting is the lobes may be a byproduct of it filling a lower or higher gravity field, and the size of those may change if you have, more or less gravity on one side of the craft. But I think ultimately, what I've read and what I've seen in videos tends to match kind of what you guys are talking about, which is, as these craft maneuver, there do appear to be changes in the size of like lobes, right? For lack of a better word. And like the one that I'm most familiar with is Aguadilla. That was top down, and it was not a saucer, right? So it's very different than what you're describing. But the other thing that I think I have seen is gravitational lensing in these videos. And again, this is just kind of something to keep in mind, I guess. I could be completely mistaken, but like this goes back decades. People have talked about shape-shifting UFOs, and there's not a lot of practical reason for that, and it would probably be very difficult to achieve, right? But when I saw the Aguadilla video, there is a point in time where it looks like it splits in two, and there are a couple other points where it looks like it's shifting shape a little bit. And when I looked at that, I said, is that gravitational lensing? And so I'm just putting that out there as something to consider. But if it's modifying gravity, you may see, you're going to have a region of time space, right, with a greater or lower density, for lack of a better word. And so you may see the size of these lobes or your signatures change there, and it will probably fluctuate as that field changes. Again, I could be completely mistaken. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip.
Yeah, I hear you. I think the thing I'm chasing right now is like a 1940s, 1950s disc, because my guess is that's somebody's first attempt at replicating this. And I think that's probably the simplest thing for us, if we're chasing the same concepts, you don't want to build a warp drive. You want to build something that lifts off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, William, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Alexei Chekhirkov, the Graviflyer.
Yep.
That's actually the thing that I work on. That thing is using some of the similar principles applied here. The one thing missing is that AC signal, right? Or not missing, but the thing that you were saying, you have those magnetic fields top and bottom. For some reason, he figured out that you want to have a smaller magnetic lobe on the top than the bottom, so he removed magnets from the top, and ended up being able to fly it a lot easier.
Yeah.
If you're willing to, go ahead.
I think that could be stability.
It could be that there's so much fighting with those eddy currents. One other thing to consider, if you're open to conjecture, and this is some of the most conjecture out there. Once again, Mike Gamble, he came up with a model for gravity that shows how it is related to Schumann frequencies on the Earth, and it's wild. It's out there, but I can never quite get past it. It's probably got parts of it that aren't quite right, but enough of the numbers just kind of plopped out for him that it seems like there's a non-zero percentage chance there's a there. So if what Tim is saying about modifying gravity, but what you're saying, what I'm saying about this, purely electromagnetic thrust function, there might be something in the middle of that Venn diagram, right?
Yeah. If it's okay, I had a question, chat. Do you guys mind if I play the Agua Dia video?
Please.
Okay, let me, I will, let me see, I'll share screen. That is, I'm pretty picky when it comes to UFO videos, but this is one that I really like. So I'm not an expert in this. Rich Hoffman from the Scientific Coalition from UAP Studies, the SCU. This is one that they did something like 10 pages of research. They interviewed all of the witnesses. You should be able to see this on my screen, and if not, you can view it on yours. This was a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol plane. There was a FedEx cargo plane that was supposed to come in for a landing. If I remember correctly, radar detected something basically in its flight path, and they retasked the plane taking this video. And so I believe this aircraft was a drug interdiction aircraft, and they had the IR tracking and stuff on it. And this is what it captured. This video hasn't gotten the press that the Nimitz videos have, but in terms of quality, it's longer, it's flying over land in a variety of backgrounds, and it's a top-down video. So there are a lot of advantages to it. And you can see some of what's going on here are camera artifacts, but there does appear to also be some shape shifting. And at one point, it does appear to split in two. And then at another point, it actually dips into the water and does what do they call it? The transverse medium thing. So this is one of my favorite videos. Yeah, and you can see this thing is just kind of plowing along there. Now, if you look closely, you'll see some white artifacts around it. And I have been told that that is just a product of the camera. So here's where it zooms in. And that is apparently where it goes under the water and doesn't slow down. And I do not know the part where it splits in two. A fellow named Thorsten did analysis on this, and his analysis isn't online anymore, but he went frame by frame, And there is a section, there it is, where it appears to split in two. And so the gravitational lensing idea was actually his. But when I read that, I believe it was called the UAP theory website. And after I'm done sharing here, I believe I have an archive of that in Google Drive that I can drop you guys. Basically, it's just an HTML page with a bunch of GIF images. So you just unload it on your desktop and you can view his entire theory. His model, Thor's model, aligns very closely with Jack Sarfati for what it's worth, right? And I don't think they were familiar with each other then. And it doesn't rule out other explanations. I mean, it does, but in terms of what he was saying was this thing modifies gravity over or under itself and basically just falls towards the field of gravity. And let me see where we're at. We're almost done. So yeah, the link for this is in there. Okay. And thank you for your patience, everybody. And what I'm going to do is let me go to Google Drive and see. I'll see if I can still find the UAP theory website.
I don't know how fast that thing was moving. Something, more than walking speed, I would assume.
Yeah, I think they assume I think about 40 to 60 miles an hour, if I remember right.
Let's say it's whatever, 60, 40, doesn't matter. You make contact with a fluid at that speed and something's moving out of the way. Even if you were to generate a kind of a, I don't know, electromagnetic something, a wedge that moved atoms out of the way and then recombined them at the end of the thing, you think you would have some kind of a disturbance. That thing wasn't leaving a wake behind. It wasn't leaving any kind of a trail that I could discern when it hit the water. And you really wouldn't see it in the air, but you should see something in the water.
Nope. So
Or
the Navy has taken over since the 90s, all like collection of UAP information, right? And part of the reason why they did that is because there are more UAP observed by naval personnel in submarines and ships than there are by Air Force personnel over land. And we know there's a lot observed by Air Force personnel, which should tell you just how many of these are observed underwater. And what they observe in the underwater craft, these things are going hundreds of miles an hour underwater. They're going, some of them are going at the speed of a bullet underwater, no cavitation. They're not interacting, and they will go from orbit 100,000 feet down into the water in under a second, no splash. So there's other videos out there. Good ones that I've seen are by some geographic or geology society in Mexico that has a camera pointed at all the active volcanoes. There's one active volcano called Popocatépetl that receives a lot of attention from the ufology community because the camera for that thing is constantly finding craft just flying straight into the side of the thing like they're doing the same thing to the water. They just go right through solid material.
Okay,
it's bizarre.
I just want to show you guys very
truly
quickly.
bizarre.
So there's a zip file that I put a link into. This is my Google Drive. This is Thor's UAP theory website. More or less, he did this enormous thing. He didn't want any publicity, but he wanted to put it up there. And he started getting publicity, so he took the whole thing down. But he said it was okay to save copies, so I did. So this is so basically just unzip this on your desktop, and it's like a little 4-page website. And this is all archived. And you can see there's the GIF images and the close-ups and all that.
Was this the gentleman whose website I think was taken down?
No, he took this down himself because I talked to him several times.
Okay.
And we actually did an interview, and he didn't want to go public with it.
Do you think it went in the water to cool down? Like, if it was creating a lot of heat around it? I mean,
I don't think so. No,
And we've definitely ruled out digital spoofing. I'm not saying he was lying or whatever.
I think these craft
they're-
travel through a designated line of energy, and the water was just within that line of energy. That's the water was not was just the energy line went through the air and the water. It traveled
I'm a
through that
little
line.
concerned because the photons that you're seeing, obviously you're able to see this thing. Cameras are able to record it. So there's photons bouncing off of these bad boys. So in some way, these things are in real space enough to have light bounce off of them, yet they're not in real space enough to have any interaction with the other matter around them. It seems a little suspicious.
okay. So this is again, there are 4 or 5 pages here.
What if they use cymatics to move? That means they're going to move in a grid-like fashion. Because it's a grid. Cymatics is a grid. If they're using sound to move, they have to move with the grid. So if the grid is going through the water, they're moving that direction. It has nothing to do with the water. They're moving with a different grid.
Michael, I might also point out though that there's plenty of MUFON reports of people who have observed these craft not go in straight lines, not do the right angle.
And also moving in grid fashions.
No, they also
they make crop circles that are very cymatic. And they use sound to make those crop circles.
Yeah, but I think what he's saying is they're not constrained to a grid.
They are not constrained. There are other observers. Listen up. There's other observers that have observed these things do squiggly lines throughout the sky, crazy squiggly lines.
There's also observers observing them moving in a grid-like fashion.
They do the grid-like.
It doesn't matter, guys. Somebody's observing these things, which means they're interacting with photons. Well, can we all at least agree to that?
Sometimes,
a light source.
Yeah,
something is reflecting that light, and that light is bouncing off of these things, bouncing into the camera. So in some way, shape, or form, these things have enough corporealness to bounce light off of.
I might point out. Oh, sorry.
That gets a little spooky, because if you're physically present enough to bounce light off of, you should be physically present enough to have interaction with other matter.
Well, what I would suggest is read up on the Alcubierre drive and how it bends.
So then you're suggesting they're holograms.
I'm not suggesting anything, but
a hologram refracts light.
That Albuquerque drive that has caught my attention, because
the
enough, my patent attorney worked on that. And he won't tell me anything about what he did or what he didn't do, but he's like, that was interesting. That was an interesting 5 years of my life. And I'm like, really? You actually worked on that thing? He's like, yeah, because I never thought I'd get another shot at working on something like that again. And
the Alcubierre drive is probably the simplest configuration. Sarfati's warp drive is more complex, also more refined. And in his model, he would also explain the force fields that would prevent it from interacting with the water and space junk and stuff like that. Because
one of the other, if there's a bubble and all of the matter outside that bubble pushes out of the way, that bubble passes through, and all that matter comes back together and leaves no trace of the energy it took to move the matter.
There's no sonic booms.
What if that craft is moving one meter per 10 seconds in its time frame, but we see it moving 1 meter in 1 millisecond?
I mean, guys, this is pretty standard relativistic physics. So
it changes time. It manipulates time so it can move slowly through the air and water without creating disturbance in its time frame.
It's not actually moving though. No, the actual space. It's moving the space around it. It's warping the space in front.
It would have to be. You'd have to be pushing space apart.
Correct.
Passing through the.
Well, if something can move space, it can manipulate time. Let's just get that straight. If you're good enough to move space out of the way, you can move.
Okay, so Mike, this is one of those you're going to have to go back and do some relativity research.
Cool.
The idea is, yeah, is the same thing as the Alcubierre drive. Sarfati has taken this much farther, and I tend to agree with his model. I'm not sure if it's perfect or complete, but that's kind of where that's the one I'm most interested in. Mike, Mike Turber, you're on his list, right? So
Yeah, Tim, how you doing?
hey, yeah, long time, Mike. I don't know if we've ever talked before, but thanks for popping in. And so you're on Jack's list. You see all the stuff come and go, you know.
Yeah.
And that I'm not saying that's the only game in town. I'm not saying it's the only way to do propulsion. It does have some advantages though, right? Like if you push stuff, if you have, the thing is, like, okay, micrometeorites are an excellent example, right? So if you have a warp drive and you don't have some kind of a shield, I mean, how do you handle?
The shield's automatic on the Alcubierre white drive, the Alcubierre Frawning drive. If you look at the Frawning drive, you'll see that actually accounts for any mass, whether it's micrometeoroids up to larger, even planet size. And you're basically using a photon shield. So the photons actually act as a shield, which sounds kind of awkward. A massless object would be able to shield you, but yes.
Yeah, because without that, I mean, you're screwed at those kind of velocities.
Yeah.
Even, and Kevin Newth had talked about that a couple of weeks ago. At those kind of velocities, even hydrogen atoms are going to act. I mean, they're literally going to act like the shotgun blast to the front of the craft. So
exactly, and they're not necessarily moved away from you as one would perceive, as the craft is moving the space around it instead of the craft moving through space, which a lot of people, when they think of a warp drive, they're thinking of a physical object moving. And that's not exactly how that works, which you already know. So
the craft is still, space is moving.
Correct, exactly correct. As it's doing that, it's inside of its own bubble, and that bubble is moving, so to speak, just to keep thoughts going. It's moving through space and time, whatever space time being relative, and the objects that would appear to be coming towards it are not actually going to hit the bubble. They're being basically forced around it. And that happens basically with the light, and that's where the photon energy shield comes in. If you look at the Frawning version of the drive, it will explain Jack's version, White's version, Miguel's version. All the versions would actually explain that shield and how it works with the Frawning drive.
Mike, would you have a link to the Frawning drive?
Sure.
That would be really helpful, because I think
absolutely.
Dave Frawning is.
If you want to play it, it's really cool. Huh?
Didn't Dave Frawning pass? He passed a couple of years ago.
I think he did. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I'll put a. You want me to put that link in there now, or?
Yeah.
Please do.
Or if we could put it up if you want. We could.
Yeah, if you actually, if you could, it'd be easier because I'm on my phone and I'm.
Yeah.
This
no,
is my
I'll do it. I'll do a screen share.
Yeah, just do a search for Alcubierre Frawning, and you'll see Astronautics did an excellent video on it. Okay. It's really explains it quite well.
How do you spell Frawning?
Fronning.
Well, here's a patent: Alcubierre White Warp Drive Machine.
Yeah, no, that's White. When White was working with NASA at Eagle Propulsion or whatever it was. That's where that collaboration came in. But if you do just Alcubierre Frawning, Fronning, it should come up inside YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. I have it. Yes. Okay. Here, let me do this. I'm not going to do sound because, again, yeah. Sort of, and I think this one is. Let me put this out there.
It's one of the best videos explaining how that would work that I've seen that works for. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, and hopefully you guys can see this. Okay, and I'll just press play. So this is the Alcubierre, and I'll drop a link in there. And I appreciate everyone's patience. This is when you get into stuff like this, it's probably one of the most confusing areas, right? I mean, a lot of the stuff that we talk about at this conference is fairly linear, but when you get into bending space, it gets really confusing, and that's why it always helps to.
So this thing is not being interacted with the Earth's gravity. It's like outside of the Earth's gravity, right? That's how it's able to just kind of hover and do whatever it's doing. So if it's disconnected from gravity, then how is it staying in sync with the planet? Because we're moving 1,000,000 miles an hour to the left. So this thing is moving 1,000,000 miles an hour to the left with us because it's bored.
Well, we're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, moving around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. We're moving around the center of the galaxy at 463,000 miles an hour, and the galaxy is moving at 1.2 million miles per hour. So yeah,
right.
Depends on your perspective.
So if this thing is disconnected from all those gravity influences, which theoretically
I don't think it's disconnected. I don't think it's disconnected.
Because inertia is not going to keep us. If you suddenly disconnected from the sun's gravity, then inertia is not going to keep you where you are on the Earth. The Earth's going to fly out from underneath you.
Well, it's not disconnecting or connecting to any specific source of gravity, because
so
gravity
while
is
it's operating, it's still being influenced by all the gravity in the galaxy.
Essentially, but the way a warp drive works is it kind of answers a lot of questions when it gets down to what effectively would be anti-gravity, and essentially inertia dampeners or inertia. I'm trying to think of the other term, Tim. You might think of it. You're basically removing it. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I'm kind of surfing through this a little faster.
Yeah, no problem. And that shows how the shield works.
Yeah, see, that worries me that you can drop out of real space, because if you drop out of real space, you're dropping out of connection with gravity. All the other matter that's in the real space around you.
I think that the bubble of time space that it's in is still influenced by gravity.
You also have to look at it from frame of reference as well, because an object at speed, you're dealing with time dilation, you're dealing with several issues.
There you go.
And
so it can go through the water without splashing the water because it's moving really slow. And it's
there's going to be no sonic boom, no anything inside the bubble is not going to experience any gravity that's outside the bubble.
They're showing things bouncing off the bubble here, which means that it's interacting with the mass of whatever those rocks are.
Yeah, I mean, so let's the way I would
that can't be what it's doing, because it'd be interacting with the water and bouncing the water off of it. So whatever those rocks,
either that the thing could have a high charge and it can repel anything with a lower charge to it. That could be possible.
The way that I would visualize it is so that rock, the rock isn't
the rock is inbound, and all of a sudden it just magically goes around the thing because space itself went around the thing.
Yeah, I think
so. The rock for the rock to go through it, it would require the energy to go up, basically going uphill, right? So to go through that bubble, the rock would basically have to go uphill, except it would be several hundred miles uphill or several thousand miles uphill because it's an intense gravity field. That's kind of the way that I visualize that bubble shield. So
that makes sense.
And then to Mike's comment about time should be affected. It should be dilated, but again, time and space are connected. It's one.
Yeah, continuum. But the participants inside the field do not experience the time outside the field. Their experience, it could be a lot slower.
That I'm not sure. I think what.
Who cares?
I think.
Let's say there's occupants in the craft that's coming up to the water barrier, and the occupants piloting the craft decide to manipulate time so that just at the moment when they hit the water, that they're actually moving really, really, really slow.
I think
they don't hit the water. They gently move into the water.
I think
no. They manipulate time again. They don't leave a wake because they
still leave a wake.
They cancel the wake with they cancel any wake if they can do all that?
They're not moving anything. They're not moving the water. They're not technically moving the rocks, even though the graphics that you see from visualization will make it appear as that. But just like it's moving space, and space is moving towards it in front and being expelled in the back, it's not really technically moving that either. It's pulling and pushing, but the object would appear to us as it's moving when in fact it's actually still. And the space around it is moving. It's pulling and pushing and what have you, the space around it. That's where it gets really confusing, because we perceive motion and we perceive an object as an object in motion moving through space, just like my hand would be moving through the air, or this phone, if I threw it, would impact upon the wall on the other side. But
it seems
a
photon coming inbound would be instantly swished to the other side instead of bounced off. Why are the photons bouncing off?
That must mean light is not made out of matter. It's not a particle. It's a sine wave.
Yeah.
Light is not a particle. Otherwise, if it was a particle,
we got a few moments.
It wouldn't bounce off of the craft. That's, it's a particle.
Yeah, and again, I'm probably not the best person to explain this, but Mike is definitely better at explaining than I am, and Jack probably as well. But yeah, this is kind of the idea of the Alcubierre. I guess we could, Mike, do you think we could call this just like an Alcubierre class of drive? And Jack's would probably fit into that as well, right?
Yeah, the Alcubierre drive, basically keep in mind that Miguel was watching Star Trek and literally decided to come up with a mechanism to allow warp drive to be possible. And in doing so, he did so in formula. The problem with his original drive, which is why so many variations of it have been made, is that the amount of energy necessary to have his drive function would be more energy that's in the physical universe. Then White came along at Eagle's Propulsion, and White was able to bring that number down to the energy that would be contained in a small star or a planet the size of, say, Jupiter. And that was doable, something that was a little bit more easy to understand. And then if you take that further, Jack can operate one with the 9-volt battery, according to him. And the Froning version of the drive basically adds the fields around the ship to make it make sense as to how the ship is able to move, which is technically not, but it's, for the lack of a better term, to allow it to move through space and not hit anything, and everything basically being repelled from it, because it's the bubble that's moving, and the bubble is basically, visualize it like a rip, and all the like a cloth, and you're moving through the cloth, and the cloth has things on top of it. But if the cloth is cut, whereas when you're coming towards something, that zip, so to speak, that zipper that you're in, the cut part, is basically splitting the space around it. So where that rock was is going to pick one side or the other, and it's going to go around the craft. It's not going to go into the craft because their two will not interact. And that's where the photon field comes in, as far as the shield, rather, photon shield is how they basically describe it. And that's, I think, this video goes into it and makes it kind of make sense. But even so, some of these are still obviously theories, and they still have a little bit of holes in it. Even the original Miguel Alcubierre warp drive has its own, but it was the first to actually make warp drive possible, mathematically speaking. And so when he pushed that forward, and he hasn't really done anything with it since, he hasn't expanded on it, or there's a very good video. I think, Tim, you actually talked to him, didn't you?
Yeah, I interviewed Miguel, I think, last fall.
Yeah, I remember that, and that was a very good interview. And I think you had asked him at one point what he is doing now or what he's done since then. He pretty much said, no, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the one hit wonders of the 80s and what have you. So he did that and hasn't really expanded upon it, but other people have taken his work and have done so to make it make sense or to change the numbers here and there so that the amount of energy required isn't as much, or the ability to move through space without running into planets and stars and other anomalies and things like that.
One of the things, I mean, there are a bunch of little things. I've been trying to visualize a lot of this from a space science perspective, right? And one of the things that I like about the Tic Tac is there's no front or back, because when you've got propulsion like that, you don't need a front or back. You just basically turn your view screen to whatever direction you want to go, right? It takes more time to swing the ship around than it does to just change the front. And with a UFO like this, with this disc, I would imagine that this is the same thing. There's no front or back, but there is radial symmetry because it has to land at some point, right? So
yeah, there's that, if assuming there's creatures inside. But the other thought is that as we see this disc here, and as we look at flying saucers, we always see them in this configuration. When they would fly, they would actually go vertical and they would move towards the object. They would not fly through space at a horizontal.
Okay, that's
direction.
I think that's what Lazar had an idea like that, right?
Correct, and even though Lazar's got a lot of questions, that actually even according to Jack is more accurate as to how the ship would fly if it had gravity wave generators and things of that nature. If they would not sit, the three little generators would not sit in a horizontal plane, they would have to go aim towards the object that it's wanting to go towards and then push forward, so the ship would actually fly sideways or vertical. If we like this video here, if the graphics actually matched how it would work, that's what we would see. And a couple of the sightings actually mentioned that the craft did not fly in a horizontal fashion. It actually flew when it wanted to go somewhere. It actually turned and went that direction. But other craft apparently, I guess, use different variations, and they're able to fly in a more streamlined, aerodynamic, visually pleasing way. Because seeing a platter fly sideways or this way through space just kind of doesn't click. Doesn't seem aerodynamic that way. Obviously, aerodynamics wouldn't bother it anyway, but we just we have an expectation.
Well, and again, as a conference moderator, I certainly don't want to force these ideas down anybody's throat, but I do want to put them out there and say this is worth this. It's another approach to the physics, and it's worth reading up on just to kind of,
it's interesting.
And in my case, when I saw that Agua Dia video and I read Thor's analysis, that for me, that clicked. I was like, yeah, this makes sense to me. I was like, this is obviously modifying time space. And that does have some advantages, right? Your same white hole warp thing, the same white hole force shield, you've got to use that for stuff like space dust. You have to have some way to prevent stuff like space dust. That same thing is going to let you go through the water. So.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if it's dust or rocks or a planet, they would all be essentially dealt with in the exact same fashion. There would be no difference. The mass of a planet versus the mass of dust would make no difference in the Froning drive variation. It would make difference in some other drives, but the Froning drive, it would make no difference how big it was.
Yeah. Well, let me stop the. Here, what time is it? We've only got a few minutes. Let me stop the share on that. And again, I'm not trying to push this as the only game in town, so to speak. And then there's also this question. This goes to Drew's gravity capacitor. It's possible that the warp drive itself doesn't generate what we might think of as thrust. You might have to have something like the gravity capacitor to generate the thrust, and the warp drive is just a force modifier on it.
I would be very happy to work with anybody who could wrap one of these magical bubbles around a machine I can supply you with the impulse drive to push your machine that's anchored in the universe, not anchored in the local space. So I can push the thing if somebody can magically whip up one of these bubbles. So I put that out there. If anybody wants to work with me, I'll be happy to work with anybody who can whip up one of these, water pushing aside bubble.
Yeah.
Thing.
Well, and so Bruce, let me see, Bruce Cornet. Let me get Bruce involved. Bruce has been patiently and quietly sitting there with his hand raised. Bruce, go for it, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great. All right. Well, thank you very much. Finally, I was wondering whether or not you could see me on your screen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's how patient I was.
You're like a cat waiting to pounce.
Well, the information I have is personal information, and I am very intrigued by all of the discussions on how these objects can pass through our matter with seemingly no interaction with it. And I had that personal experience during an abduction in front of my entire drill crew in October of 1981 near Richmond, Virginia. And they saw me being taken. They saw me being transported in a beam of light into a ship hovering over the well site. They saw me being brought back and put back into my bunk in the mudlogging trailer. And I recalled very clearly that I went to take a rest in that bunk, and it was a top bunk, and it wasn't a very large space above me inside a trailer. And suddenly I was woken up by these three beings that were hovering over me. And one of them took a metal rod and touched it to my forehead. And I think there may have been a spark, but I felt a tingling sensation go through my body, a wave of energy. And then holding me, they passed me through the wall and window of that trailer. And I saw the matter of that trailer pass through my body, and I did not feel it at all. And they got me into the ship by just passing me through the wall of the ship and brought me back the same way. So they did something to the atoms of my body where they no longer recognized the atoms in our world.
Bruce,
what
thank
were you
you for
breathing?
sharing that. The thought that comes to my mind, and this is going to sound like a cop out, but one of the reasons that I've been doing all that Drake equation stuff on my podcast channel lately is when you think about it. So the universe is about 13.7 billion years old, and the Earth is about 4 billion years old, 4.6 or something like that. We are so young compared to all these species that are out there. I mean, we're more likely to find ruins of species that have run their entire life cycle than we are civilizations that are still alive. And for stuff like that, I imagine for species that are millions of years more advanced than us, they probably use every trick in the book, kind of like when you think about electronics, right? You have processors, and you have diodes, and you have resistors, and you have coils, and they all use electrons, they all use magnetism, but they use it in different ways. I would just imagine that a species like this, if they've reached that level of advancement, they can do whatever they want, and it's basically just like us wiring up a radio. They just use whatever components they need, in their little toolbox.
Well, if you looked at the atoms themselves and our makeup, our physical makeup, technically I should be able to pass right through you. If I shook someone's hand, our hands should intermingle and pass through each other, much like the Andromeda Galaxy is going to happen when the Milky Way goes through it.
That's the thought I had.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but we oscillate ourselves into reality. We create our own energy that gives us our matter. We technically live in the solid world intentionally because you have to energize yourself to be solid.
I think
right.
what Mike Trevor is talking about, I think he's talking about the space in between the atoms.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that part, but we also, as entities, we can control the space in between our atoms. and we oscillate to be in the physical world intentionally.
Right.
It's,
and somehow
it's an
through some sort of
oscillation. It's a
phase
vibration. It's an oscillation.
Yeah. Oscillation, vibration, the
We
frequency.
can't just willingly leave the natural world by oscillating a different frequency unless
But
we're
maybe
probably
they
doing
can.
what the Buddhists do with their meditation.
Yeah.
Maybe
I,
that.
I think where Tim was going with that was maybe they have figured that out. That
yeah, for
if
sure.
they found it easier to transport an object into a ship without having a door, to them a door is stupid. You just, why would you need a door? You
So
just go right
true.
through the wall. Yeah.
Well, maybe Bruce didn't actually leave his body at all. He left in spirit. The spirit. They took his.
Well,
spirit.
my well site crew watched me and they described
They
to
may
me.
have saw your energy.
Yeah,
they have
and they
your
saw
eyes.
the
They have
ETs
eyes like
carrying me.
you.
Exactly, and I was in a beam of
They
golden
have
light.
spirits too. They see your spirit.
It could very well be, but
You look
they
real.
also
You look
said
real.
I
Your
asked
spirit
them,
looks like a real body.
I had asked them to come and get me if the UFO came back, and I took
Maybe they have spirit technology.
Yeah, and I took Rick into the trailer and I walked him back to the bunk and I said, "Did you look in this bunk? This is where I was." And he said, "Yes, but you were not there."
Hey, one thing's for sure, we have spirit technology. Okay?
Yeah.
We are living spirit beings. We know that. We have a consciousness. We have thought. We think of what's going to happen in the future, what happened in the past. This is spirit. This is not your brain. This is mind. Mind is
right. It's not
goes
the matter.
past the brain.
It's the spirit. It's the energy of your
mind is not a physical
so
thing.
guys,
it's not
if it's okay, I'd like to close things down. We're going on 4 hours. I'd like to close things down at the top of the hour, if that's okay.
Yeah.
We got
Otherwise, we have to call a doctor after 4 hours.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. It's wonderful having all you guys here today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bruce,
Tim.
I'm sorry for having you wait so long to share, but
finally I could share something.
Yeah, well, and again, so we're doing the open mic. We're doing these once a month. We're doing the main conference there. The structured presentations where we plan those in advance. We're doing those once a month. We're just staggering the two. September 2nd and September 30th. We have 2 of them coming up next month. That's for the structured presentations. And then I think the next open mic is on the 14th. And again, for anybody who wants, we also have WhatsApp channels. We have a Tap Talk, which is kind of like a, what do you call it? Message board. And then we also have the Facebook group. So there's a ton of different ways to interact with folks that are part of the APEC community, So there's that. And then as I'm sure most of you know, there's a growing collection of ad hoc email lists. Jax is one of those.
And the most entertaining.
Yes. And Jack's list is lovably like a black hole. Once you're on it, you can never escape. So
that's right.
Yeah.
And Tucker Carlson says, "How do I get off this thing?" I said, "You're done, dude."
Yeah.
Tim, I have a YouTube channel, Bruce Cornet, and on that I have a video that describes all of that abduction experience under hypnosis. So anybody who's interested in listening to the details, it's there.
And
these craft are highly advanced. If they're so advanced with their craft, they got to be as advanced with spirit technology and dimensional technology and just about every other technology.
So let me share Bruce's channel really quickly. And I'm going to paste this into chat, and it's actually their YouTube is changing things around.
That's the one with all of the little aliens there.
There we go. Website, well site abduction 1981.
Yep. That's it.
So I will paste this into chat, and we're recording this. That was why I wanted to share it, so anybody can go back and look in the notes.
And there's a website that describes it all as well, and transcribes the abduction, the hypnosis session. So
wonderful.
Well, Bruce, at any point did you feel yourself hitting the bed really hard?
No, but once I got in
falling on the floor, that when you didn't really fall on the floor?
No, but when I was brought back, I was in great pain. I was hypothermic. And it was partly because they operated on me without anesthesia. One of them climbed up on top of me and held me down while the other one was cutting into me. And I could feel all of that very clearly.
Remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
if I drop off, I'm on a connection that apparently is going to drop off at 11. So if I do drop off, I just want to say thank you for
Yes,
allowing me
well,
to come in. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let's close things down for today. We have done 4 hours. We may go longer next time. I know for me, I actually have a child to pick up, so my schedule is a little limited. But again, this was wonderful ad hoc session. I've been writing them all down here. I'll put notes in. I mean, we've had like 6 different people basically present today. So that's amazing. You know, thank you. This is your guys' conference. Thank you.
You're amazing, Tim.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Tim.
I
Awesome.
Couple hands up for Tim.
I just played traffic cop. I'm just the traffic cop.
You do an
Yeah,
excellent
drop me a
job.
line anytime, man.
Okay. Thanks
Figure
again,
out how
guys,
to
and
beat the universe.
have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Take care.
Night.
Take care.
Thank you.